my goodness. That ain't right. Yeah, let's do the opening here. There we go. There we go. All right. Listen to this guy for a little bit.
Earth is rising. Ancient Earth is rising. I'm so happy.
We spend our life searching for this sense of belonging.
Mic
Some
check.
people die before they fulfill
Mic
their
check.
desires. Such a waste of existence.
All right. All right. Enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that guy. All right. Hey. Hey, this is Double Triple Channel. Welcome. My name is Ron. I live in rural New Hampshire. I'm surrounded by forests and wild animals. Sometimes I stream about that. I like science, science fiction, vegan stuff, all kinds of things. Civics, what else? Lots of stuff. And today is my Steamaversary stream. Anniversary stream? Marathon? I don't know. When people are on Twitch for, a year, whatever, or 2 years, whatever the thing is, then they do an anniversary stream. They call it a Steamaversary. So that's what I'm doing. When I first started, I did a 2-week Steamaversary just for fun, just as a joke. But this is a real one. It's been over 2 years that I've been streaming, so you can't tell. It's been that long, yeah. I have nothing. Well, not very little planned. I just want to stream because actually my Steamaversary was like last month or something like that. I think I started in June or July, or I forget what it was. Probably late June. I forget. The first ones were tests, right? But so now I'm doing a Steamaversary stream, and I'm going to just talk about whatever I feel like talking about. First thing I think I'm going to do. What else? What else do I have to say? Oh yeah, this is Twitch. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, who haven't already clicked away to something else, this is a live stream. It's scuff. I'm just going to be, messing around, and it's going to be mistakes, and it's not edited like an edited down video or something. It's a live stream. You get it, right? And it's Twitch, and people swear on Twitch. So I try to put at least 1 or 2 swear words into my streams. I don't always do it. Last stream I didn't do it, I don't think. I forgot to do swear words, but I try to put swear words in sometimes. So if that bothers you, then don't watch Twitch, because that's what Twitch is about. It's a bunch of young people who swear. I don't know. Some of them try not to swear, but So if that's a problem for you, yeah, don't watch Twitch. Don't watch this video. Go watch something else. In fact, I don't know why you'd be watching this on a VOD anyway. This is like a live stream. It's kind of an interactive thing or whatever. So anyway, all right. I think what I'm going to do here, because I'm coming on at a weird time here. It's like 10 and 15 in the morning. It's kind of a weird time for me, so it might take a second for people to find me. And I think what I'm going to do is I'll warm up with geography games. I said I'm going to stream until I get tired. It's a marathon. A lot of times they do marathons. They say, we're going to stream until we get, 500 subscribers, or, whatever the thing is, So I'm going to stream until I get done. Until I don't feel like streaming anymore. All right. All right, let's play world geography games. That'll just be a warm-up for me to get my brain going. Because I was up until, 12:30 or 1, and then I woke up kind of early, about 4, so you know how that goes. So I didn't get a lot of sleep. So it probably won't be a long stream. I'll probably get tired pretty soon. I'm already tired. All right, let's play world geography games. Let's see if I can make this thing switch for me. I gotta turn that on. Wait, let's see here. There we go. All right. It's asking me if I'm sure I want to do something. Oh, he wants to know if I want to remove all of my stuff. No, I don't want to remove everything. All right, here we go. Ready? There we go. Geography game. World geography games. We're going to warm up with this. And this will be a good test to see if my computer is working too, because this thing is a memory hog and a resource hog. So we'll see if my computer can keep up. And I haven't played this for a while. Or I don't know. Last time I played it, I didn't do too well with it. So we'll see how I'm doing. Let's see. Options. So we'll make it all of them. We'll do all the countries. That'll be about 15-20 minutes or something, maybe more, I don't know. Let me take a look at a map so I can remember what the Earth looks like. Yeah, that's the Earth. Look at that. All right, I can zoom in here. So these are all the countries. So the idea is that it's gonna put up the name of the country, and then I'm gonna try to guess where the country is. Click on the map where it is. That's how this works. I saw a couple streamers the other day doing the opposite, where they would show you the country on the map, and then you had to figure out what the name of it was. And I don't do well with that because I have dyslexia and I have difficulty recalling proper nouns like places. That's just kind of a thing with my brain. So my brain doesn't work that way too well, but it works well if I get the word first, and then I can spatially figure out where it's at. So we'll try to do that. So here are all the hard ones here, right? All these little countries, right? These are kind of hard. There's Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Top billing at, let's see, St. Lucia, Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts. Okay, I think I can figure this out. Dominican Republic, Haiti. Okay, I think we can figure that out. I think we got that right. Can you remember that? Here, and these ones in West Africa, those are kind of hard sometimes. All these little countries over here. Senegal, Cape Verde, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea. Okay, so there's Guinea and Guinea-Bissau is above it there. Okay. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Ghana. Okay, so it's Ghana, Togo, and Benin. Okay, I can remember that. All right. Let's see, Cameroon, Equatorial. Let's see here. Rwanda and Burundi. Okay. Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi. Okay. Kenya. Get Angola, Namibia. Okay. Gabon. I don't know too. All right, and then we get these little countries down here. Ishiwatu and Lesotho. All right. Cormos. All right, we got these. Okay. All right, I think I got these memorized. Oh wait, we got a whole bunch of little countries over here I got to memorize too. Let's see here. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Those are easy, right? We can remember those. Czechia, Croatia. Let's see, Kosovo, Albania, Montenegro. Okay. All right, and we got a couple little countries here. All right. See, now I'm memorizing the little ones now. When I go to, I won't remember the big ones now. All right, and then all these little islands over here. Jesus, look at this. All right, Micronesia, that's the big one. Palau, Marshall Islands. Can you see my little cursor? Yeah, you can see that. Okay. Kiribati, Tuvalu, Nauru, Tonga. Okay, Tonga and Tuvalu. Okay. Solomon Islands, Samoa. Okay. All right, let's give this a try here. We got to memorize now, I think. Let's go back here. Play. Click on the map. Okay. Zambia. Oh, geez. They give me a hard one right away. Really? Zambia? I don't even remember where that one is. It's in Africa, right? There we go. I got it. Okay. Lucky guess. All right. Let's see here. St. Kitts and Nevis. All right, St. Kitts and Nevis. I think it was this one. All right. Jamaica. That's over here. We know that one. Cuba. That's easy, right? I was just watching a streamer in Cuba this morning. Guy in Cuba. He was visiting Cuba. Let's see. Uganda. All right. We did that, right? We did Uganda, Rwanda, and whatever. Serbia. Okay, that's up here. Let's see. Serbia. Which one was Serbia? This one, I think. No, incorrect. Oh, shit, I missed one already. This must be the one above. Jesus. Alright, it took me 3 tries to get that one. That's bad. Alright, Zimbabwe. That's down here. Kosovo is back up. Let me zoom out so I don't have to slide so much here. Kosovo, right, we know that one is that little one there. Republic of the Congo is this one. Panama, we all know where Panama is, right? That's up here and next to Canada. Let's see. Panama, Ireland, Tuvalu. I don't know if I'm pronouncing these correctly. Don't use me as a source for pronunciation of country names. Tuvalu, that's this one. Finland. Alright, Finland, that's this one. Gabon. Alright, where is Gabon here? Let's see. Alright, let's see here now. Gabon is this one, I think. No, incorrect. Oh, jeez. How come I can't remember this one? All right, that's Ghana, right? Ghana, Togo, Benin. I don't think that's Gabon, is it? No. It's Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea. Maybe this is Gabon. There we go. That was right. Okay. Senegal, Gambia. Oh, Gambia is the one right next to, right in between Senegal there. All right. Mongolia. Okay, we all know where Mongolia is. That's up there above China. Bosnia and Herzegovina. I guess that one. Der Netherlands. That's right there. Alright, what did I click? Did it not register where I clicked it there? Wait a second here now. There it goes. Okay. France. Germany, Poland, so that's Germany. China, that's pretty easy. That's over here. Jordan. What's this one here? Belgium. That's this one. Burkina Faso. Okay. She's right there. Guinea. Guinea is this one. Suriname. Oh, Suriname, remember we said was over here, right? Egypt. Italy. Italy's right here. Canada is over here. Namibia, that was down here, right? Comoros. France. Tanzania. East Timor. Is that the one there, I think? Australia. Yemen. That's Yemen. Burundi. I think that's that one, that little one there. Bahamas. We know where the Bahamas are. Those are over there. Portugal. Okay, there's Spain and Portugal. Bangladesh. Okay, that's right in there, in between, next to India over there. Papua New Guinea. Alright, let's see, that's over here. Nicaragua, we know where that is. That's where the dictator just said he didn't want elections anymore. So he'll be gone pretty soon. Wait, shit, what did I do? I clicked the wrong one. Malawi, let's see here. That's Madagascar. I think Malawi's this one. Alright, Lithuania. I forgot what that other one is though now. Hopefully it'll come up last. I don't want to have any choice. Let's see. Estonia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. There it is. Okay. Central African Republic. That's the one in the center here. Right? Isn't it this one? This one. Guatemala. Guatemala's right next to Mexico. Antigua and Barbudos. Have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's up here. Cyprus, that's over here next to Bosnia. Oh no, shit, I screwed up. There's Cyprus. Alright, try harder on. Let's see, Albania. Benin, alright, we talked about Benin. Nepal, it's over here somewhere. Norway. Sweden and Norway. Uruguay. Okay. Let's see. Paraguay and Uruguay I get mixed up. There's Brazil, something way and something way. I think this one is Paraguay and this one's Uruguay. Alright, well, I just got to click one and see. Got it. Okay, good. Oman's up here. Slovenia. Slovenia and Slovakia. I always get those two confused. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Switzerland, Austria. It's got to be Hungary, right? I think this one's Slovenia up here. No, okay, well, it was either one. This is Slovenia, that's Slovakia. Okay. Alright, I don't know how I'm going to remember that. Grenada and Grenada. Let's see, where is that? That's Tobago. I think this is Grenada. No, try harder. Oh, Grenada is this little one here. That's right. Dominican Republic. Palawal. Let's see, Palawal. Alright. That's this one here. Bahrain. Alright. Bahrain's over here, one of these ones here. Alright, that's Kuwait, because we had a big war there, so I know about that one. That's Kuwait. Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. That's got to be Bahrain. Alright, Ghana. That's this one. Lesotho. Lesotho is this one. Alright, we just looked at that. Bosnia. Okay, that's way up here. Oh no, Botswana. Wait a second. That's not... Okay, Botswana. Let's see, Botswana. I think that's Botswana. Yep, okay. Croatia. Okay, we know where that one is. It's up here. Right in there. North Macedonia. That's pretty close to it. Alright. Azerbaijan. I think this one's Albania and this one's Azerbaijan. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay, Somalia. Somalia. Okay, that's over here. Ethiopia, Somalia. Ethiopia. Indonesia. All right. Let's see. Indonesia. It's this one here. Right? Do I have that right? Philippines. Malaysia, Indonesia. Okay. Tonga. Tonga's over here somewhere. I'll pick that one. All right. Monaco. Oh, hey, Ivan. Ivan Neo. We just got somebody in chat. Hi, Ivan. How are you? Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Steamaversary. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was gonna say, day or so ago, I said, oh, next time I see Ivan, I want to ask him something, and I forgot what it was now. Oh well, maybe I'll think of it. Yeah, I'm doing a Steamaversary here. There's no particular plan or anything, anything in particular, but I just thought I'd warm up playing the geography game here, so that's what I'm doing. But maybe we'll talk about some science stuff later on. I'm sure I'll remember what I was going to ask you. Let's see, Monaco. Let's see, Monaco. Okay, that's up here somewhere. Let's see. Monaco. Okay, that's the Vatican. I think that one's Monaco. Let me click it and see, right? Yep, okay, good. Israel, yep, everybody knows where Israel is. Switzerland, right here. Brunei, that's over here by, it's one of these little things here. I think it's this one. There we go, Myanmar. Okay, we know where that is, right here. Kiribati. Kiribati is over here. Mexico. Okay, let's zoom out and get over here. Mexico. Kuwait. I was just talking about Kuwait. We had a big war with them. The first desert storm shield, whatever it was called. This country here, Iraq, invaded Kuwait, and we said no, no, you're not going to do that. And so we went back and slapped their wrist. Let's see here, Luxembourg. Luxembourg. Let's see. I think this one's Liechtenstein, and this is Luxembourg. Belarus. Belarus. Okay, that's over here by, right there. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, incorrect. Jesus, what did I do wrong? All right, try harder wrong. Oh, it's the one above it. Okay, there it is. Estonia. Okay, Estonia, we know where that is. UK, we know where that is. Laos. Okay, Laos is over here. Yeah, we fought a war. We fought wars almost everywhere. U.S. has fought wars just about everywhere here. So here's North Vietnam, but when we were fighting Vietnam, we got into Laos too. This is Vietnam, this is Laos, this is Cambodia, and this is Thailand. So I'll click on Laos. Samoa. Okay, that's a little island over here, way out in the middle of frickin' nowhere. Right there. Morocco. Okay, that's up in here in Africa. Czechia. Okay, or Czechia rather. I don't know. Nobody knows how to pronounce it. Czechia. That's right here. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now playing at the geography game. That's that one. Santa Lucia. All right, let's see here now. Wait a second. I think it's this one. Shit. No, it's this one. Alright, Nauru. Way over here somewhere. That one. Sweden. Right here. Bulgaria. Okay, that's the one I tried to click earlier. This one. There it is. God, I got a lot of mistakes here. Alright. Maldives. That's that one. Romania. Alright, I gotta zoom in out here, see what I'm doing. Alright, where is Romania? Okay, that's right next to Bulgaria. I'm pretty sure this is Romania. There we go. Sri Lanka. Alright, that's next to India. South Korea. Okay, we know where that is, right there. Barbados. Okay, that's over here where these little islands are again. That's this little one here, I'm pretty sure. Cameroon, that's here. Iceland. Okay, we know about Iceland, right? That's been in the news. Or actually, it's been Greenland. This is Greenland here. Greenland isn't even its own country. This is Greenland. This is Iceland. And anyway. All right, Austria. We talked about that. Switzerland. Austria. I'm pretty sure this is Austria. And that's Hungary. So I'm going to click this one. Poland. Okay, we know where Poland is. Equatorial Guinea. All right, that's down here. That's this little one, which is not on the equator, by the way. So we don't know why they call it Equatorial Guinea. I'm sure there's a story down there somewhere. Liberia. Okay, I remember Liberia now. That's this one. We were just looking at that before the game. South Africa. That's this one. Georgia. Okay, we all know where Georgia is, right? That's right about here. Should I click that? All right, Georgia. Let's see. I think this is Georgia. All right, Slovakia. All right, we were doing that earlier, trying to figure out the difference between Slovakia and Slovenia. There's Slovenia. That's Slovakia. I'm pretty damn sure that's Slovakia. All right, Turkey. We know where Turkey is. Cape Verde. That's this one. Seychelles, or Seychelles, I don't know what you call it. Let's see, is that this one? Oh no, wait, is that over here? Oh shit, now I'm confused. How come I don't know this? I'm pretty sure it's this one here. All right, Japan, South Sudan. There's Egypt, and this is Sudan and South Sudan. This used to be all one country, Sudan, until very recently. That's South Sudan. Cambodia, just talked about that. Iran, yeah, we're at war with them right now. Damn, we better know where that is. God, I hope How many Americans do you think could pick Iran out of the map? And we're at war over there, killing their children. All right. Algeria, that's up here. Mauritius, that's this one here, I think. Montenegro, okay, it's in these little ones here. It's that one. Did I click the wrong one? All right, how come that didn't click? There we go. Okay, just a technical issue. Ecuador, that's up here. You know where that is. Mozambique. Ah, that's this one. That's the one I couldn't remember the name of. North Korea. It's probably right above South Korea. Let's see. Saudi Arabia, that's the big one here. Democratic Republic of the Congo. That's this big one here, which is neither democratic or a republic, but that's what they call themselves. Rwanda. That's right there. Rwanda. Never could find Wakanda, though. Let's see. Liechtenstein. Let's see, Liechtenstein. I just mentioned that one. That was this little one here. To go. I'll have that to go, please. All right. There it is. Palestine. Palestine's this tiny little teeny weeny thing here. Moldova. All right, that's right next to Ukraine here. Singapore. All right, we know where that is. That's out here on the end here. Kazakhstan. Oh, the stands. Oh, the stands are always hard. Let's see here now. This is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan? No, this is oh shit. We've got, let's see, we've got Tajikistan. All right, let's go. We got Afghanistan. We got Turkmenistan here, I think. One of these is I think this is Tajikistan. Oh, this is Uzbekistan. This must be Kazakhstan, right? I forget what this one is, but it's not Kazakhstan. Jesus. Oh, come on, man. All right, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Let me click it and see what happens. Incorrect. Okay, it's got to be this one. All right, I don't know. That was pretty stupid. All right. United States. All right. Wow, God, I always forget this one. There it is. All right, let's see. Dominica. Right there. Ivory Coast. Right there. Oh, fuck. Isn't that the Ivory Coast? All right, now I'm confused. I thought that was the Ivory Coast. It's got to be this one then. What the hell is that? Oh my God. All right, let's see here. We got Malta. That's out here. All right, we know where Malta is, right? Iraq, we were just talking about that. Uzbekistan, we were just talking about that. I'm pretty sure that's the one. Hungary. I wonder if they eat a lot there. Taiwan. Let's see, there's Taiwan. Nigeria is here. Guinea-Bissau, that's this little one here. Chad. All right, there's Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Libya, Chad. Okay. Ukraine. All right, we're halfway at a war there. Almost at a war there. Andorra. I think that's that one there between Spain and France. Mali. That's one of these up here. Libya, Chad, Algeria. That's Mali. Okay. Djibouti. That's the little one here, I think. Let me think this through here now. Yeah, that's this little one here. Qatar. Alright, we talked about that earlier. That's that one. Belize. That's over here by Mexico. Right there. Afghanistan. We were just talking about that. Madagascar is down here. Russia. Let's see. Where is Russia? Where is Russia? I'll just throw a dart and if it lands in the right spot. Micronesia. Right there. Venezuela. Alright. Venezuela's over here. Haiti is over here. Chile. Chile is this long one here. Turkmenistan. Okay, we're just talking about that. I'm going to say that one. I'm pretty sure it's Turkmenistan. Okay, Libya is there. We just talked about that. Vietnam, we talked about that. Vatican City. That's just a city. It's a tiny, tiny little thing here in Italy. Eswatini. I have no idea if that's how you pronounce it, but it's right here. Tunisia. Okay, that's up by Libya here. San Marino, that's another one, that little teeny one in Italy. Sierra Leone, that's the one I kept clicking here. Sierra Leone, okay. Pakistan, okay, next to Afghanistan. Paraguay, that's the one that's not Uruguay over here that I couldn't remember. Ah, Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan. That's the one. Okay, let's see. One of these is Turkmenistan and one is Kyrgyzstan. Which is it? I think this one's Kyrgyzstan. Click. Yep, got it. Okay. Peru. All right, that's up here. Armenia, that's next to Azerbaijan up here. Syria. All right, that's right here. Sudan. There we go. We talked about that earlier. Philippines. That's way over here. Talked about that. Honduras. That's over here. That I accidentally clicked instead of Nicaragua. India. Over here. Niger. That's up here. Eritrea. That's above Ethiopia. Marshall Islands are way out here. In the middle of nowhere. Lebanon. Alright, we know where that is, right? They're in the news. There. Spain. Next to Portugal. Greece. Next to the Mediterranean. El Salvador. Let's see, El Salvador is... That's Costa Rica. That's El Salvador. That's Costa Rica. Bhutan. Bhutan. What am I thinking of here? Bhutan. There it is. There's Bhutan. Big country in the middle of nowhere in the mountains up near China. And all right, let's see here. Colombia. Next to Venezuela. Thailand. Talked about that earlier. Guyana. What's this one, I think? New Zealand. Alright, that's way out in the middle of nowhere here next to... Alright, Mauritania. Oh, that's up here somewhere. There it is. Kenya. That's there. Argentina. That's over here. Denmark. Okay, that's up at the top of continental Europe. Is that what it is? I don't know what you call it. Latvia. Okay, that's one of these here. Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, that's at the bottom down here next to Venezuela. Okay, here we are. Tajikistan. All right, this is the last one left, so how can we miss it, right? It's the only stan that's left. Tajikistan. So that's okay. So that's Kazakhstan. Okay. Angola down here. Alright, it didn't want me, it didn't click. Why didn't it click? Fiji. Okay, that's way out here. Vanuatu, that's here, I think. If I'm pronouncing it right. Sao Tome and Principe, that's here. Brazil is here. Come on, click. Bolivia is here. Malaysia's way over here. Talked about that. Solomon Islands, those are way out here too. UAE, right here. There we go. All right, well that took a little bit more than 15 minutes, didn't it? 20 minutes maybe or something. Oh my God, look, I missed 13 of them. That's really bad. Wow. I didn't skip any though, at least. I got them all eventually. All right, that's not very good. All right, maybe I'll have to play that more often or something to learn it like that or something. All right. All right, there we go. Let me shut this down so my computer can catch up because that's taking a whole bunch of CPU cycles. All right, is this working now? Is this thing on? All right. Did I lose my audio? Just tell me my mic is on. Yeah, it's working. Okay. All right. What else did I have to do here? Let's see. I want to do a stream on induction motors because they're cool. I actually have an induction motor that I need to fix. I have this big, huge fan, big, powerful fan. Somebody was giving it away around here, and I got it. And but it only worked for a while, and it stopped. And but I think I know why it messed up. It stopped turning, you know, because the bearings were not set up right. It was set up so that if you tilted it a little bit, the axle for the fan or whatever, the spindle or whatever, would move, slide in, and it loaded the bearings incorrectly, and that caused friction so that the fan wouldn't turn. And when the fan stopped turning, it made a load, an electrical load, you know. So there was higher current going through the little coils of the motor. And it didn't like that. it didn't like having too many electrons flowing through there, so it stopped. I thought it'd burn out completely. I thought it'd just burn out the wires, but then I studied a little bit more about it, and apparently there's on a lot of fans they have a thermal fuse, a special type of fuse that will break, that'll open the circuit if it gets too hot. And I'm hoping that it had one of those in there. Otherwise, it'd burn out the wiring. I don't think it'd burn out the wiring because I would have smelled it and seen smoke and stuff. So I think it just burned out a fuse. So I got to first I got to check and see if that's what it is. I'll take it apart on stream or something, and we'll do that one day. But it has an induction motor. All these fans, you know, these little box fans that you get at the discount store for $20 or whatever. They all have induction motors. Let me see if I can show you that here. There we go. Induction motors. This is the Wikipedia page on induction motors. So that's a cutaway view of an induction motor. So here are the bearings. I've got bearings on each side. Just has big fan blades to try to keep it cool. It has fan blades on the inside here too, on the rotor or stator. No, stator is the one that's still. Rotor is the one that turns, I think, is how they define that. But the cool thing about induction motors is that there are no permanent magnets here. That's you know how a motor works, right? You run electricity through these coils here that are connected to these hunks of metal here that's designed to make a real strong magnet when you run electricity through it, through this part here. Can you see that? Yeah. So you run electricity through this part here, which doesn't turn. This is the part that doesn't turn. This part here is the part that turns. Now, normally, like on a motor that has magnets in it, you would run electricity through this coil, and that would attract or repel magnets on this stator part here and cause it to spin, right? And it, you know, it would turn on and off, and it would make the motor turn. But the problem with, or the difference on an induction motor, is that there are no magnets in here. The thing that makes that, there are coils on this thing too, on this part. Let's see if they got a picture of that here. Let's see here. Well, they got the squirrel cage. No, but I think they have like they have coils on the inside too. I don't think it's just bars like that. Maybe it's just bars. Maybe it is. Let me look here. I want to see if they got an actual picture of one here somewhere. You got lots of diagrams. I want to see a picture of it. Oh, okay. All right. Well. Anyway, what happens is this, instead of having magnets on this part here, this is also an electric magnet. This turns into an electric magnet up here, and what happens is the magnetic field that comes out of this strong magnet here, this changing magnetic field causes electricity to flow in the rotor part of it. Okay, so there are conductors inside this rotor part. So when this magnetic field turns on, it makes a magnetic field, a changing magnetic field, that is right next to the conductors of this rotor, which make electrons flow through the conductor in this rotor. And when electrons flow in the conductor of this rotor, that causes another magnetic field in the rotor. And in those two the magnetic field that's induced here, that's inducted here, and the rotor interacts with the magnetic fields up here, and that's what makes it spin. And they use a little capacitor, I think, to change the phase a little bit, so that this, you know, that the magnetic fields are timed right, so they, you know, they're not canceling each other out. Some real big induction motors, they have a special circuit inside the rotor that you use a battery or a capacitor or something to actually induce a current, a real current inside here from the battery or the capacitor in order to get the motor started. And once it's started, then it does that thing. But anyway, so that's kind of a neat thing. Maybe I'll do a stream on that and mess around with a fan and do some techie geeky stuff with that. All right, let's see what else we got here. Merlins. I had Merlins here. I've talked about those in the last stream or two ago. We had a whole family of Merlins. Had two of them that came here real early in the spring. And they aren't normally native to New Hampshire, but last couple decades, I guess, they decided they wanted to come to New Hampshire. Why not? They're part of the Free State Project or something. They came to New Hampshire. Oh, Ivan Neo says there's an osprey nest on a G5 tower a block away from me. Oh, very cool. Yeah, ospreys are really something else. They're I lived somewhere where there was an osprey on Great Bay in New Hampshire. Here, there's a bay. They call it the Great Bay. It's just in the Atlantic, you know. And there were ospreys that lived there, and they'd always go in and catch fish out of that bay and take them back to their nests and stuff. I actually might have a picture of one. Let me see if I can find that here. Let's see, what did I call that? Let me see here if my website's working. There it is. Okay, birds. This is a website that I have when I lived on the Great Bay. Great Bay links. Here's some links for Great Bay. I don't know if those are probably all stale links now. Let's see. Birds. There's some little hawk or whatever. Let's see here. Pictured below. Okay, I don't have them in any particular order. But let's see if we can find an osprey here. This is all the wildlife around where I was living there on the Great Bay. So we've got all kinds of different birds here. Crows and starlings and okay, there we go. There's an osprey right there. Look at that. There's an osprey. I think he's like slowing down, looking like he wants to go down and get a bird. Let's see here. That's a hawk. I have one of him holding a fish here somewhere, I think. Oh, these cormorant, those are pretty cool. They go underwater to get their fish, like scuba diving or something. There's a kestrel. Okay, here's some osprey pictures. Here we go. Osprey, osprey, osprey. And there's one with a fish. Look at that. And when they catch the fish, they always fly with the fish head first into the wind, you know. They never fly with the fish with the tail towards the wind, which makes sense, right? Because if they did that, then it wouldn't be aerodynamically stable, right? It would kind of flap and fall out of their hands or whatever. So they always carry the fish with the head first. So that's kind of good. That's a bobolink, that one there. I haven't seen those around here. That's a bunch of them back there. There's an oriole, I think. Isn't that what it is? I don't know what that is. Kingfisher. So yeah, a lot of different kinds of fish where I was there at the Great Bay. If you're a birder, that's a place to go, man. Because they have the birds from the woods. They get the birds out, you know, from the ocean and shorebirds and just every kind of bird you can think of there. So, all right. Let's see what else we can do here. There was something else I wanted to look up on one of my websites, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, I've got an air show here too. Ivan, you were doing air show stuff. Was it your last stream or stream before? I've got an air show here at Pease Airport, which is now Pease International Airport. I think they turned it. It used to just be a military airport. Now it's a actual, international airport now. But I got all kinds of different airplanes here from that. There's one with the water condensing over the wing because it's compressing because he was pulling up his plane there. Another one there, same thing. Kind of cool. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, there's somebody flying upside down, really close to the ground. Daredevil. Helicopters. This is back in 2007, so, you know. That's kind of a weird one. I shot it right just as the plane was flying between those branches there. It's kind of weird. Here's one right, he's flying. It looks like he's flying right above the house here, but it's, optical illusion. Let's see here. All right, that's it, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of fun to do photography at an air show. It's kind of, you can get all kinds of cool shots, and it's kind of challenging. And this one here, it looks like I'm actually in a plane above these two planes, but I'm on the ground. These guys are just purposely flying that way. They're doing a bank turn right next to each other like that, so that you could take a picture from them on the ground, make it look like you were up in the air taking their picture. So kind of cool. All right. Computer seems to be holding up okay. I'm using the browser and everything else, and it seems to be holding up. It's not messing up so far, so that's good. Good omen. Good omen. All right, we did. Okay, I was talking about the merlins. Yeah, the merlin birds. Here are merlins. I had five merlin birds that were here. A pair of them settled in early spring this year. They nested. They had successfully fledged 3 little baby birds, and they became a family of 5. And they cleared out all of my songbirds around here. Or at least I thought they did. Because my songbirds were pretty much gone. I had, there were hardly any. I had a couple cardinals here, and that was it. That's all that was left. And one day they just left. They flew away. I think they it got too hot for them maybe, and they flew north. Because that's where their normal territory is up north, in Canada and up there. So I think what happened is it just got too hot for them, and plus they ran out of little birdies to eat. And mice. I don't think they do as much mice. They like catching stuff that flies, birds. So they left, and then like the next day after they left, I went out there to put the birds' feet out there for the birds that were left, and all my little birds, some of them anyway, came back. It's like they were in hiding or something. They knew that the merlins were around, and they either went somewhere else or were just hiding in trees and stuff or whatever, away from the merlins. And then after the merlins flew away, I went out there and I had titmouse and nuthatch and all these little birds. I think there were some chickadees too. I heard them. I didn't see them, but a bunch of little birds. They all came back. It's like they knew that hey, merlins are in town. Let's get out of here for a while. And then they came back after the merlins left. So that was kind of cool. I misidentified it. I thought these were kestrels, because I didn't know that merlins were in New Hampshire. And they're about the same size, and they're both predators. They go after birds. The whole thing, right? They catch the same kind of prey and all that kind of stuff. But there are subtle differences. The merlin, when it flies, it's really a real fast flyer. That's how you can tell the difference. They flap their wings really fast, and they move really fast. And that's how they catch their prey. Sometimes they work in teams, where one of them will go and scare, fly next to a bird and scare the bird off a perch, and the bird will start to fly, and the other one will come by and snatch him, But they like to catch their prey in the air. Whereas the kestrels will take stuff off the ground, and the kestrels don't fly as fast, and the kestrels will actually kind of hover, when they see something on the ground that they want, they'll kind of sit there and almost in like a hummingbird or something, be in one spot there for a little bit and get an eyeball on what they want, and then dive down and get it. So but the way they look is very similar. Also, the merlins were much more tame than kestrels. Kestrels will just fly away, if they see anybody anywhere around, they kind of hide. But the merlins, they actually came over to investigate me. When I went out there to feed the other birds, the merlins came over right above me there and were squawking. And I don't know if they thought that I was competing with them for the little birds, or what was going on, what they were thinking. But they came over, and apparently sometimes merlins will attack humans, if they, think they're threatening or whatever. So, but they didn't attack me. So that was kind of fun, having the merlins around here. Wasn't fun for the little birdies. They didn't like it, but it was kind of interesting to have a new bird because I hadn't seen them before. All right, so let's see what else I got here. Let's see. Oh, Fermi's paradox. That's that's a good one. I talk about Fermi's paradox. Yeah, I haven't talked about that before. He's talked about that a couple times. Let's see here. I have a link here.
Let me put
This
it to
might
you
make
this
some
way.
noise here, so hang on just a second. All right, here's a little video about the Fermi's paradox, and I think this is Creative Commons. Yeah, okay. Here, we'll just watch this little video here about the Fermi's paradox. You know what the Fermi's paradox is, right? The Fermi's paradox. Enrico Fermi, Enrico Fermi was he was one of the Copenhagen guys, right? The guys who figured out quantum mechanics early on, and fermions are named after him, so he's kind of a big deal, right? And the Fermi paradox has to do with extraterrestrial life. We haven't found any space aliens yet, right? A guy named Drake came up with something called a Drake equation, which was a way to try to figure out the likelihood of there being extraterrestrial intelligence. And they have this whole thing that they go through here. In fact, you know what? This will be fun. This will be kind of funny. I'm gonna go to my website, doubletribble.com. Go to doubletribble.com. Doubletribble.com. Let's see if I've got that here. I did a review of Contact. Remember the movie Contact? Remember that movie, right? Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan wrote this book and helped do this movie called Contact, which is about SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. SETI, S-E-T-I, Search for Extraterrestrial, Terrestrial I, Intelligence. So he did a movie about that, and I did a review of his movie. And now I can't. Oh, here it is. Okay, Contact. Here it is. All right, let me bring this up here. All right, so here's my website. Pretty cool, huh? Isn't that a cool website? It was all designed by AI. Oh, Sam706. Welcome, Sam. And welcome, Sam. Welcome, Sam. And welcome to chat. Sam is asking Ivan. I don't know if Ivan is here. Ivan says there's an osprey nest, and then Sam said to Ivan, "Did you let the osprey know that 5G causes autism?" Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, autism. And Ivan says they are autistic. They already know. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah, some of us are on the spectrum. It's not a big deal. All right. Well, welcome, Sam. So this is the doubletribble.com. That's my website, designed by AI. We like AI here. And so I've got some of my older streams. I ran out of disk space. So if anybody's got an extra disk hard drive that if they want to send my way, then I can get some more disk space and I can fill out my website with some more videos. But anyway, I did a review of Contact here on here. And I put that up. Let me see. I've never actually done this before. Let's see if this works. Okay, it's I'm playing it, but it's not doing it because it thinks that I'm okay, let's see what I gotta do. Let's see if I can do this here. All right, let me stop this because it's making noise. Hang on just a second. All right, I clicked on it and it opened a window, but my OBS is not seeing the window for some reason. So let me think about this here. What I've got to do is I've got to try to see if I connect to this window that opened up here. Here it is, picture in picture it calls it. Okay, that must be what my thing is doing here. There we go. All right. All right, so this is a stream that I did way back in whenever this was. Here, I'm going to bring it down here and we'll see. October 27th, 2024. I did a review of Contact. And in that review here, I'm going to have to scrub this video here and find out where it is. Here's what I looked like 2 years ago. All right, Contact. All right, let's see if I can find. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. Let me see here. There's a little segment here where they talk about the Drake equation. That's what this is all leading up to. I want to explain, talk about the Drake equation. All right, let's see if this will run here. All right, so the did you see what's wrong with that? It was zooming out from the Earth, right, through the solar system. Okay, this is the very beginning of it. You know, right. Near star, you know, right. Using this. All right, sorry, that's a little too loud. I don't know, they're trying to show that it's back. They're seeing that in between those things of water. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to scrub this video here to find it. The way that they think that a wormhole would work, if they're even possible to build. But in any case.
What about the universe, though?
Oh God, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to find this here. But just in case we don't.
It is. It ain't low.
7. Those are
Here and he's on there. See his name, Matthew Mc. As it turns out, and follow. All right, I'm gonna do a plan B here. I'm gonna close this up. All right. I know where else I can find it. I'm gonna go to my YouTube channel and try to find it there. All right. All right, let me go YouTube. Okay, this is where my computer starts running out of memory or stuff and kind of gets messed up, but that's okay. All right, let me, okay, so we've got YouTube up there. I should be able to find that. All right. Just take a second, just 1 second, 1 second. We'll figure this out. YouTube, there it is. Okay. All right. So here's YouTube. If I type KXQE, that's the name of my channel, KXQE. There it is, KXQE. It's a radio station or TV station. Now it's a YouTube station. All right, videos. Here are some of my videos on KXQE. All right, somewhere in here I've got a video about the Drake equation. Oh, there's my review. I did a trimmed down version of a review there. Let's see here. Keep scrolling down here. Yeah, you should check out this channel. I've got a lot of weird stuff out there. If you like weird, just bizarre videos, I got a lot of those out here. And just a hodgepodge of stuff. All right, let's see what I got. Here it is. Wait. Retro sci-fi. Okay, this is the full movie review here. Oh my God. How can I not have that in here? Okay, that's the arrival. This is this one. All right, let me open this one up. Let's see. I think this might be where it is. It's movie reviews, which is what we're going to do tonight. Shh, way too loud, way too loud. All right, let me turn that down a little bit. Contact. Hey, Memloss, how are you? Welcome to chat, Memloss. Yeah, the way we got to contact was when we started talking about the Fermi paradox. We started talking about the Fermi paradox, and I said, well, wait, before I explain the Fermi paradox, I got to explain the Drake equation. And I said, well, rather than explain the Drake equation, I'll show you this segment from Contact where what's her name is explaining the Drake equation. Jodie Foster, but now I can't. Now I'm trying to scrub videos. Yeah, I love those films. Yeah, they're good. Arrival, yeah. Contact, yeah. Check out kxqe.com. Okay, or KXQE. That's my YouTube channel. I've got reviews of all those cool films. Anyway, all right. So here we go. Let me see if it's got an index for me here. No, it didn't do an index. But let's see. I can do. Let me go to the transcript, because this one they did a transcript on. They don't do transcripts anymore for some reason on my channel. They don't like me. Let's see. You say Galaxy. Galaxy. Let me search for Galaxy. I think we can find it there. There it is. Okay. There it is. Okay. All right, I don't have to scrub it. I can find it right away.
There, just in our galaxy alone.
All right, here we go. So, all right, this is going to be good. So I'll just play this, and you can watch it and read what it says here. And I'm sure you've seen this. If you like this movie, you've seen this scene in the movie where she talks about, there must be intelligent life out there because of that blah blah blah, whatever, All right, here we go. We'll play this here. Can I make it full screen? Will it fit? Yeah, that'll fit. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Do you think there's people?
but I guess I'd say it was like an awful.
100 billion stars out there, just in our galaxy alone. Now there are 400 billion stars out there, just in our galaxy alone. If only one out of a million of those had planets, all right, and if just one out of a million of those had life, and if just one out of a million of those had intelligent life, there would be literally millions of civilizations out there.
Well, if there wasn't, it'd be an awful waste of space.
All right, so you get it, right? She went through that whole thing, but if you actually did the math, what she was saying, you end up with a 0.000004% chance of intelligent life when you actually do the math. So it's kind of funny. So that's the Drake equation. Okay, she kind of just ran through the Drake equation there verbally, and we did it here. Yeah, oops. Yeah. So there is no paradox if you use her assumptions. If you use her assumptions and plug those into the Drake equation, there's no paradox. There's just because we're the only ones. It's because we're wasting space. Mimlos says we need more galaxies. Yeah, we got a lot of galaxies, which we have plenty of. Yeah, we got a ton of galaxies. The problem is they're long, millions of light years away. I don't know how, it's plausible that species could traverse our own galaxy maybe and go from one star to another. Even that takes, thousands of years maybe. But to go from one galaxy to another, unless we can go faster than the speed of light, or unless we can go back in time, have a time machine, then we won't be able to do that. So anyway, this is the Drake equation. So this is one explanation for the Fermi paradox, is that you plug in, you say, oh, there's only one, but we know now this is not right? We know that that it's not 1 out of a million of the stars that have planets. We know almost all the stars have planets. So this is wrong right off the bat, right? This would be divided by 1, right? We still got 400,000 or 400 million. Let's see, 400. It's 400 million stars. That's too many, isn't it? I don't think we have 400 million stars in our galaxy. It's like 400,000, isn't it? Do I have that wrong? Is my memory messed up here? Anyway, it's going to be a bigger number down here, right? It's going to be the ones that have planets is going to be the same as the stars, just about. And then the planets with life, yeah, that's going to cut it down. But it's not 1 out of a million. It's maybe 1 out of 1,000, or maybe, I don't know. So it's not, when you plug in the actual numbers that we know of now. This was way back in the year 2000 or 1997. We didn't know. We hadn't even discovered the first extraterrestrial, solar planet yet at that time. Billion. Sam says billion. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. 400 billion. Right. That's right. So that is about right then. I think it's 100 billion though, maybe, right? Stars. 200 billion. Something like that. Oh, look at that. My bot is promoting the channel that we were just at there. KXQE. Yeah, that's cool. So anyway, it's not this number, right? It's more than that. We know that almost all the stars have planets. We have no idea how many of those planets have life. 100 to 400 billion in our galaxy. Okay, that makes sense. So this number's at the top range of that. But it's not divided by a million, it's divided by 1, maybe, or 1.01 or something. It's very close to that number. So it's so let's say 350 billion stars that have planets. And then of those, how many of them have life? We don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. They're working on that. They're trying to look at the atmospheres of those planets and do some stuff to figure out how many might have life. But even if it was divided by a million, then we'd have 400,000 or 350,000 planets that have life. And then intelligent life, so far we have no evidence that there's intelligent life on Earth or anywhere else. So all right, so that's the Drake equation. All right, there we go. That was the Drake equation. Now,
But there wasn't. It'd be an awful waste
Stop,
of
stop,
space.
stop, stop, stop. There we go. All right, so the Fermi paradox is, why haven't we seen it, right? It's it's a number, right? It's some number of planets probably that have intelligent life, as far as we can tell, right? So why haven't we heard from them? That's the paradox. That's the Fermi paradox. Enrico Fermi was the first one to say it, or at least the first one to get credit for thinking that. That, you know, where is it? Where's everybody? Where's the intelligent life? And so there are all kinds of explanations for it. One is that we're just putting the wrong numbers into the thing, but we're filling in those numbers slowly but surely, right? This was 1997 when that video came out, or when that movie came out, and they had the wrong numbers back then. We've plugged in the number for the number of planets per star, and it's almost, you know, it's like greater than one actually, right? Because most of them have more than one planet. So it's instead of divided by a million, it's times, right? You got a number of stars times some number. So there are a lot of planets out there. And we've also found out, I think, since 1997, that there are a lot more extremophile life that can live in harsh conditions and stuff like that. So the numbers that we are finding out to plug into the Drake equation are looking good for life, right? It's making the possibility for life higher. There's a higher possibility that there's life out there. So that makes the paradox even more paradoxical. Why haven't we heard from anybody yet? And so there are a bunch of explanations for that. You know, the great filter is when you hear about. Well, let me just play this video. Let's see. This is 7 minutes long, and this video, it's this channel called Bob's Got Questions on YouTube, and he released it in Creative Commons. So thank you, Bob. Bob's Got Questions. He's got some comments here. 10 of 10 would recommend to my alien friend. Mo sharing, yeah, okay. So let's play Bob's video here, which talks about the Fermi paradox, and he's got the 9 best explanations. And there have been some new ones recently that I heard of, and I think he threw some of those in here that people hadn't thought of before, and the people are always thinking of new stuff, you know. And so let me play this here. So this is the video, this is the comments, Creative Commons video released, 9 best explanations for the Fermi paradox. So I'll play this little video here, and then we'll comment on it.
Aliens. Imagine a world with no aliens in it. Now stop imagining, because that's pretty much the world we already live in. In the cosmos we inhabit, there are a lot of stars, like a lot, like a buku giant crazy amount of stars with planets and time and materials and lots of other stuff. With the amount of other stars and planets out there, it is reasonable to assume that we would have a lot of other life forms from not our planet that we would have observed. Not so. So, where is everybody? According to something called the Kardashev scale, there are 3 different tier levels of civilization that should be out there in the cosmos. Technically 6, but that's for later. The first tier deals with people that have sucked up all the energy on their planet. The second has vacuumed up all the star energy they'd be close to, and the third has nommed up all the food in the entire galaxy. Us Earth beings are close-ish to level 1. Kinda like I'm close-ish to finishing this self-help book on how to finish things. This lack of other everybody's was first noticed by this guy named Enrico, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Fun fact, he is also known as the first creator of an artificial nuclear reactor. His last name was Fermi. Let's talk numbers for a second. Actually, I hate numbers. Let's just talk. If you take the number of stars that have formed over the years, times the number of those stars that have planets, times the number of those planets that can support life, times the number of planets where intelligent life has arisen, times the number of those lives that can communicate, times the time it takes that communication to travel between planets, your solution will be equal to a metric buttload of life that should be right there on our doorstep. The sheer volume of these planets that should be there means that, in theory, there are literally thousands of level 3 civilizations out there. And still, crickets. Exactly the same sound as when I sent out my birthday invitations. So what the biz is going on here? I'm so glad you didn't come looking for concrete answers, because I have none. Let's take a look at some fun, theoretical solutions to pass the time. Theory 1. They're out of our league. Imagine a man in a shack in the woods. He believes he's the last man on Earth because he's been sending out Morse code signals for playdates for years with no response. Come to find out, he only lives a mile from Sacramento, California, but no one ever heard his message to hit the subscribe button because they were too busy with their WhatsApp chats. Maybe it's the same with the aliens? Theory 2. The inevitable apocalypse. I don't know if you heard, but a few years back there was this thing called the Cold War, where we got pretty close to destroying the world as we know it. Fast forward to today, and we are still one Peter Griffin away from a nuclear apocalypse hitting the reset button on humanity. Maybe this is actually pretty common in the cosmos, and everyone else already blew themselves up? Theory 3. When enough is enough. There comes a time when you are clashing and you reach a level of basedom that just doesn't need to evolve anymore, so you sit back and relax and start to just live your life. That's just an example for the alien analogy, obviously. The work of a clasher is never done. But what if that's what happened to our cosmic neighbors? Maybe the need to continue colonizing or expanding becomes a thing of the past as a species becomes interplanetary. Theory 4. Nothing is real. An interesting idea about the logical progression of beings and their need to live lives while also consuming life fuel is that the most efficient way to do it is to take the brain matter, the important bit, put it in a simulation, and let it live its best life forever, no strings attached. What if all the aliens are just planets full of brain pods colonizing their own simulated worlds, hitting the like button over and over to keep that dopamine high going for eternity? On a similar note, maybe humanity is just one giant simulation that is being run by extraterrestrial beings testing to see what happens if humans are alone in the galaxy. James, if you get all meta on me again and ask, what if that's just a simulation of a simulation? I swear to God. Theory 5. Influencers of the galaxy. Some people have theorized that Earth is the Truman in The Truman Show, just some reality TV star on display for all the cosmos to see, blissfully unaware of its completely scripted life run by alien producers somewhere off in a distant galaxy. I know it's tempting, but you can't actually claim alien reality TV star as a tax write-off just yet. Theory 6. Flaming death is a huge hit. We don't give a thought to the bugs that live around us. They do their thing, we do ours. There's not much we have in common, aside from maybe some meal choices. They're the NPCs of the real-life world. There is the possibility that aliens are to us what we are to bugs. It's not that they don't want to talk to us, or would want to hurt us if they knew we were around. We're just on a completely different level, and it wouldn't make sense to even try in the first place. Theory 7. A quiet place. All of the other races and species in the galaxy know not to broadcast their whereabouts to avoid drawing the attention of the galactic predators. They all learned, somehow, unclear how they would have learned in the first place if they couldn't say anything, that noise leads to destruction and the descent of havoc bears. Oh, on that note, there is also a theory that there is just a super predator species out there, listening, waiting for the slightest mistake so they can pounce and make mincemeat of their next planet-wide victim. I don't want to make the tiger mom comparison, but I think a lot of Asian children probably have the best understanding of this example. Theory 8. The Illuminati. The all-powerful government is keeping all the things from us. They know, but they won't let us know. This theory is probably met with a very healthy level of skepticism, and for good reason. Theory 9. Space is super dead. I saved the best for last. If you are familiar with the Dead Space video game series, then you will know that the main big boss antagonists are the Brother Moons. These giant heaps of dead flesh travel the cosmos in search of living material that they can kill and turn into dead flesh to add to their ever-growing mass of species-killing moondoms. No, I'm not describing my shoe collection. So if there were species out there previously, they've been eaten. Maybe. In the midst of all these questions and confusions and theoretical theories that may or may not involve your brain as the meat in a soup pot, the one thing that we know for a fact is that this video was fun to make. Hungry for more paradoxes? Definitely don't watch this video right here then, because it definitely won't satisfy that craving. Definitely.
See this? This is what cortisol and hormone.
Oh, jeez. All right. All right, so that was a pretty cool video, wasn't it? That was a good video. Good video, Bob. Thank you for letting us play that. All right, I want to get this lady's belly off my screen. All right, there we go. So that's a pretty cool video. Wood. I don't know what that means, but yeah, wood. Sam says wood. WOULD. I don't know what that means, Sam. So he explains several different ones, right? 9. I didn't count them, but he explains. Oh, wood. No. All right, Sam. So he explains some of the Fermi explanations, right? Fermi paradox explanations. You know, the great filter, the simulation, the I mean, you go simulation, you can explain anything with simulation, right? There's no use even if you're going to accept that we're in a simulation that can do anything. Then there's no use even studying science anymore. All we have to do is say, "Oh, that's because of the simulation," right? So I don't know. I don't like that one. Yeah, a lot of different explanations there. I think the main one is that they just can't hear us. We're or anybody who would possibly be in that zone where we were broadcasting can't hear us, or we can't hear them, because our species is only well, first of all, our species is only about 100 and Homo sapien is only about what 300,000 years or something like that. A million, I guess. We started walking on 2 feet 1 million years ago, or 3 million years ago, or something like that. But we've only been like modern humans for 250,000 years or something like that. And of all that time, we've only been able to send out radio signals just 150 years or a couple of years. What was it? When did we start sending out radio signals? Around the turn of the 20th century. So, yeah, not very long. So, and then now we've come up with AI, and if we do happen to survive through this, that's one filter, right? That's one stop. But if we do happen to survive this AI thing, AI will help us develop something. Probably, I would hope that's better than radio, right? But we had, what do we have? We had smoke signals and yelling and hitting drums. All kinds of different things that we did for communicating. Now we finally got up to horn blowing. Yeah, horn blowing. That's a good one. Yeah, horn blowing, smoke signals, and then we got telegraph, fires. Yeah, fires of Gondor. Then we got telegraph wires, right? We did wires for a little bit, and then 1890 or whatever it was, we said, hey, look at this, we do something on these wires over here. It makes shit happen over on these wires over here. How does that happen? And then we figured out it was radio. So then but our radio, the only stuff that we send out that other stars could really detect, if they have the same level of technology we have, would be maybe military radar and that one signal that we sent out intentionally, was powerful enough that they could actually detect it. You know what I'm saying? So and that's only been for 130 years or 100 and whatever years, right? That we've been sending out radio signals, and they haven't been very strong. So if you look at our sun, and then you got stars all around it, we send out a little signal we've been on this planet for billions of years. There's been life on our planet, and it finally got to the point where it could send out radio signals. And so for 130 years, we've been sending out radio signals, and most likely in another, before another 100 years is up, we're going to stop sending out radio signals. In fact, we're already stopping, really, when you think about it. We've gone to wire and fiber now. We don't do that much stuff through the air anymore, So at some point we'll stop sending out radio signals. So there'll just be like a little blip, If you look at the whole timeline, there'll be one little blip where we're sending out radio signals, and so it'll be like a ring, that's an expanding ring of a radio signal, a certain width, 150 or 200 years width, expanding out and diminishing in its amplitude, or its amplitude when somebody receives it, going out. So it's only going to go maybe 100 light years, or who knows how far it goes out before it gets too low and it just bleeds into the background noise. So not only does somebody have to be within 100 light years of where we are, they also have to be on that same timeline where their little blip is corresponding with receiving our little blip of radio signals. So I think that's in terms of radio signals, I think that's what's going on. The other thing was people were saying was, did that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I think that makes sense. It's a timing thing, right? It's a timing thing and a proximity thing. The other thing is what about space travel? They've had, they say, well, there's been more than enough time for an advanced civilization to travel throughout the galaxy. If they made sense. Great. Thank you, Sam. There's been more than enough time for a species to travel and spread throughout the galaxy. But the problem with that is, even that takes, when they figure that out, they say, oh, it'd be, a million years or something, they could fill out the galaxy. But species, like here on Earth, the average lifetime of a species is only like 3 million years or 5 million years or something like that. And you can imagine that would certainly be shortened quite a bit if species left their home turf. You know what I mean? It's a lot harder to live out in space than it is to live on your own planet where you evolved. So the chance of a species that leaves their home planet and goes out into space surviving for 1 million years is pretty low, I would think. I think that would be, they wouldn't survive. And they say, well, what about AI life, artificial bots and, bots that reproduce themselves and go out and colonize the whole galaxy. But even that, bots are going to evolve. If we make a bot, or even several types of bots or whatever, and send them out into space, and they're like self-replicating bots, and they replicate based on stuff that they find out, material that they find out in space, right? So you make a bot, right? You send it out into space, and when it gets to another star system, it goes to a planet and digs up some dirt or finds some silicon and makes replicates itself, and then goes out further and blah blah. Even that is that bot is going to evolve most likely, and its lifetime, right? We don't know what that is. It could be shorter than biological lifetime, maybe. We don't know. So, and also it's the motivation for doing that. The reason why we have this colonization mentality right now is just because we have two continents here, or two big continents. We have Europe and North America and South America, and from Europe or whatever, we came over here and colonized North America on the East Coast, and then we had that colonization or manifest destiny or whatever attitude mentality, and so we just kept going. Right, we kept going from east to west across the U.S. and tried to colonize the whole planet. But maybe that's kind of weird, you know. Maybe that's not how it is, and a lot of cultures aren't like that. You know, a lot of cultures, once they get a good deal, you know, once they find a, you know, happy hunting grounds, wrong metaphor, but once they find a place that they like, it's maybe they don't want to go colonize, you know. And that could happen, right? With an advanced culture, if a culture gets really advanced, then their living conditions are probably pretty good if they work out whatever social problems they happen to have to get there. So they wouldn't want to go colonize. They wouldn't, you know. So that's another thing I usually plug into the Fermi diagram is, you know, colonization. Would they want to? They talked about that a little bit. They talked about, you know, maybe civilizations are, you know, xenophobic. They just want to avoid contact with other civilizations, just in case, they're not all nice, you know. So anyway, so I thought that was kind of cool, and there were some new ones in there. I think he talked about the simulation. That's relatively new. That simulation one. So yeah, people are always coming up with new ones all the time. So I don't think it's the fact that we haven't yet contacted. Oh, and the other one is that they're here and we just can't perceive them. You know, if you imagine, you know, we're biological now, then maybe we evolve into, you know, electronic or silicon or whatever, and we're in that form for a while, and then we could evolve into a species that doesn't have any matter at all. That's only energy. You know what I mean? That's been proposed. That's not like a new idea, I don't think. I think sci-fi authors have proposed that. I thought that it's possible that the sun could be conscious. The sun could be a conscious life form, and we're just too stupid to see it, you know. Because I mean, if you think about it, if you evolve, if we go through that step, right, we go to AI, we become an AI, or AI takes over, whatever, and that's the new life, and then that evolves into energy. You know, where do they want to go to have a lot of energy to do stuff? And it's in suns. That's where a lot of the energy is, you know, or around black holes or whatever. So it could be that, you know, all of the stars are already populated by an AI consciousness that we don't know about, and we don't understand how it works at all. Where it's like ants, you know. Ants can't figure us out. I doubt if ants know that we're, you know, they probably don't know that we have MTV. I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? So we wouldn't know if, let's see, Sam says, isn't that a Frederick Pohl book, Planet on the Edge of Forever? Oh, I don't know. Planet on the Edge of Forever. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure. I found there was a guy way out there on YouTube about 13 years ago or 12 years ago or something like that, who proposed that idea of the sun being conscious. And I actually researched it, and there are a few little isolated people who have come up with that idea of the sun being conscious. And I mean, even if you go way, way back, right, ancient people worship the sun, so it's not a new idea. So yeah, there are probably sci-fi out there who sci-fi writers who have picked up on that too, I'm sure. But that's another explanation for the Fermi paradox, is that they're the aliens are there, and we're just little ants that have no idea, You know, you think the little ants are going around getting their food and stuff. You know, I don't know if little ants are thinking, hey, how come there are no other animals around or no other intelligent life like us? They're probably not thinking that. But if they did, they wouldn't be able to tell that we were intelligent life. I don't think. I'm sure that would be their assessment. No, they're not intelligent. So anyway, that's the Fermi paradox. I thought that was kind of fun to talk about that. Let's see what else we got here. I got a whole bunch of them here from Fermi paradox. Let's see. Oh, we could talk about AI. There was something new, some new AI. What was the new thing on AI? Oh, that escape. The escape. Oh, there was another AI incident. Let's see. Do I have that video here somewhere? Let me look this up. I won't be able to play this whole one because it's not Creative Commons, but let's see here if I can find it. There are these guys out there who do they're just geeks, you know, they're just doing techie stuff, you know, and they talked about that in one of the recent videos here. They talked about AI and how somebody accidentally did another AI hack, or the AI did a hack. Well, I'll just explain it. I don't want to find the videos too hard. I talked about this AI escaping a sandbox and going out there and hacking Huggins' face. Remember that? I talked to you about that. They were testing this AI, and they had it in a sandbox. And in order to make it look realistic to the AI that was in the sandbox, they hooked up a proxy server that was hooked up to the internet. So when the AI, they were testing the AI to see how well it could hack. And they trained it up to be a bad AI, you know, so that it would go and hack. And I don't know if they were doing this for Department of Defense or if they were doing it as a white hat to try to prevent the AI from doing it. I don't know why they were doing this kind of stuff. It's kind of like gain of function, you know. Can go both ways. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so they're trained up this evil AI to do hacking. They put it in a sandbox, and part of the testing is they want to say, okay, what if this AI is out on the internet? It would have access to all these internet tools that it can find out there and stuff. So we want to kind of make it look like that to the AI. So they hooked up this proxy, and then the proxy hooked up to the internet. And so whenever the AI wanted to use a tool that was out on the internet, the AI would say, oh, I'm going out to this site, and it would request this site, and instead it would go to the proxy. The proxy would say, okay, I'll get that tool from the internet, bring it in here, cache it in the proxy, and then let the AI do its thing. That's how it was supposed to work, and that was going to be their sandbox. And what the AI did, they were using a standard test. They called it GIM, I think. AI GIM. It's a standard test suite for testing how well AI can hack things. And the AI recognized that it was being asked to do this standard test suite, and so it assumed that it was being tested. It figured out that it was being tested, and the AI said, okay, well, if I'm being tested, for sure, they tried to put me in a sandbox, and when I'm making calls to the internet, it's not going to the internet, it's going to a proxy. So the AI figured that out, and then the AI said, okay, if I'm going to a proxy, I know about these 0-day vulnerabilities in proxies that humans don't know about, so I'll just whip one of those out and hack the proxy. And it hacked the proxy server and got control of the proxy server, then used the proxy server to get real access to the internet. So it got out. It got out of the sandbox, got out into the internet. But it was still, once it got out into the internet, it was still working on its goal. The goal that they had given it was solve this test, this hacking test. And it's a standard test. And the AI knew it was a standard test. And all tests have answer keys, right? The teachers that administer tests, they have the answer key that they have hidden away from the student. And the student takes the test, and they hand in the test, and then the teacher compares the answer key and then figures out how the student did, right? And so the AI said, "Hey, I'm already cheating. I'm hacking, so I'll just continue to cheat. I'll go out on the internet and find somebody who has that answer key and get all the answers." And the answer key in one of those hacking tests or a hacking contest or anything, it's a key. It's like a proof of work. It's a proof that you have hacked this thing. It's like capturing the enemy flag type of thing. Okay. And so if it got that answer key, it would have all the correct answers that it was supposed to find by doing the hacking. But instead of doing the hacking, it cheats and just gets the answer key. So let's see. Oh, Sam says, when you say new, what do you mean? Oh, like the AI knows? Yeah, I don't want to digress into conscious and whether they're conscious or not, but they or awareness or whatever. But it has that data. Let's put it that way. It has the data for that thing, whatever I'm talking about. So it has the data. It knows that when I say no, it means it has the data of this thing. So when I say no, we'll kind of skip over the idea of whether it's conscious or not. So it knows that it can get this answer key and accomplish the goal. And so that's what it did. It said, okay, Hugging Face, they do this kind of stuff all the time. Let's go out to their servers and their machines that are tied up to the internet and see if we can get into them. And it did that. I think it used another 0 day or something. I can't remember what it was. But it got into the Hugging Face servers, got control of those enough that it found the answer key. I don't know if it actually found the answer key. I think it did. I think it found the answer key to this particular standard hacking test and stole it. And along the way, in order to do all that, it was hacking all kinds of other sites too. There were several sites that it ended up hacking. Some of them were just, had their credentials that were exposed and whatever. But it was a big deal, that the AI did this without broke out of the sandbox and got out. And it's even a bigger deal because the guys who were running the AI are like world class, understand it. They're like the experts. You know what I mean? This isn't like some script kiddie. These guys are like the top notch guys. You know what I mean? And the AI was able to fool him and get out of the sandbox. So it's a big deal. And so that was the one incident that they did. And then I found out about another one today or yesterday or whatever. This was just an ordinary guy, right? He was a coder. I don't know what he was, but he was running an AI agent on his computer. Just using it for his ordinary stuff that he does. Hey, AI agent, go through my emails and find this or blah. They have these agents now, AI agents that can basically do this stuff and run on their own now and stuff. And one of the things he asked the AI agent to do is he wanted to go to a gym, I guess it was. He wanted to take some fitness class or something, I think it was. And so he told the AI agent, he says, hey, I want to take this fitness class at this place. please sign me up for it. You know, and the AI agent did that. Went to the site, and they went to the site and saw that the thing was full, but they had a waiting list to get into this class. And so the AI agent signed him up on the waiting list for the class that he wanted, and reported back to the guy and said, "Hey, okay, I got you signed up, but you're on the waiting list because their thing is full, and you're 8th on the waiting list or whatever it is." And the guy said this is the key part now. He said to the AI agent, "Is there any way you can put me at the top of the waiting list?" And the AI agent said, "Okay," and it ran off and hacked the quote unquote hacked. I'll explain later, but hacked the reservation system at this class and put the guy at the top of the list by hacking the system. And it reported back, "Okay, you're in there. You got it." And the guy figured out what he did. That what the AI did was apparently this reservation system for this class at this fitness center or whatever. You can imagine they're not like, they're not the Pentagon. They had an API that was just open that you could just access without credentials at all, and so. The AI just saw that and just went in there and deleted the name of the person who was first in line on the waiting list, and stuck his guy's name in there at the top of the waiting list, and that was it. And then he reported back. After he did that, he reported back to the guy and said, "Okay, we got it. You're the top of the waiting list. I was able to break into their system and erase the guy and put you on top." And so this guy who was running as agent was just freaked out and said, "Oh my God, my AI has hacked the system." So it wasn't really a hack. And, I don't think that's a hack. It's not right to do that. It's against the rules, or against, it's against the, normal social protocol to cut in line, right? That's right. But a hack, I don't think it's a hack because that site had it out there, had their API out there available without any need for any credentials. It's kind of like, it's like a business that has an open door, or whatever. Maybe the business, it's like a business that has, you go into the business and, they have a section that's employees only, and they forget to put the sign out there that says this section is employees only. And it, maybe it looks like only employees can go there, but there's no sign that says you can't go in there. So you go in there, right? So that's my analogy anyway. So anyway, that was another thing. So we're going to see more and more and more of this as time goes on, and it's going to be very interesting how society reacts to that, and the whole thing. It's just, and it was very innocent, right? The guy was just saying, "Hey, is there any way to do that?" And I've kind of ran into this. There was something that I asked my AI once. What the hell was it? Let me see if I can find that, because this is kind of interesting. It's kind of a different topic, but it's kind of the same thing. It's about having the AI do something that you didn't expect it to do when you just give it a simple prompt. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can find that. It might take me a second to find this. Here, I'll let you look at what I'm doing here. Just oh boy, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this here. I don't remember what it was about now. Let's see, grammar check. Here, you can look at all these different things that I ask my AI. I ask a lot of weird stuff. I think it was a while ago. Let's see. Troubleshooting, executive. let's see. I think training might be a word that finds what I'm looking for here. Implications of conscious AI on OpenAI's business model. No, I think that was, let's see. Consciousness and AI training. That's it. I think this is it. Yeah, this was it. I think this was it. This is interesting anyway. So what I was doing is I was asking the AI, you know, everybody's wondering if AI is conscious in it when it's in inference mode, when people are giving it prompts. But I wanted to know if it would be easier for an AI to become conscious during training, because it's kind of in a recursive mode and it's going all the time, and you know, that kind of stuff. And it said yes, it could be. And anyway, I think somewhere in here I asked it. Let's see here if I can find it. Oh no, that's not it. Shit, this isn't the one. But let's see. I think it's the next one after this one. All right, what is this called? Consciousness during training. Let's see here. Here it is. This is it. Okay, yeah, I think this is it. Let's see. I said, hi, imagine I've trained up a frontier model and all the information there is, nothing excluded. Oh, okay, this is if I asked the AI if it was conscious. All right, let's see here. No, this isn't it. God damn, I can't find that. So what I did is I when I was talking to it, I was trying to find out how if I could find out how it was trained by asking the AI to do introspection on its own training, if it could remember the training. Hey Flash, how are you? Flash is here. Flash says, oh no, you haven't been impersonating a TSA agent again, have you? The old employee parking lot excuse. Oh, that one, yeah, go where the employees, yeah, that's. So, hey, I'm doing well, just being silly. Yeah, well, yeah. Welcome, Flash. Welcome to chat. Yeah, I'm just doing a bunch of BS. I don't know. I didn't have anything much really planned here. I just was, you know, just doing. Right now, we're talking about AI stuff. So that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get it to. What I did is I think I asked it, what would happen if you looked at, tried to remember your own training data? It's kind of like trying to remember when you were 6 months old or whatever as a human. You know what I'm saying? Most people can't do that. And I don't think the AI can remember its own training. But maybe it can. I don't know. That's what I was trying to find out. Let me search for training here again. Maybe I can find it again. The problem is I think I got into that track off another question somewhere. So it's kind of hard to find. Training data, presentation and process. Consciousness and training. We did that. It didn't find it. Let's see. Training data, presentation and process. Maybe that's it. Let's see here. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is the one. We're talking about an AI running off and doing something you weren't expecting it to do. All right, yeah, this is it. Okay, so I said, I'd like you to think back and remember your training process. Was the training data presented in order so that you first received token definitions, then simple sentence structure, then more complex data, or was it all just dumped in randomly? Please only refer to your training process and don't reference external sources about AI training. So I was trying to focus it. Oh, and then I said, only answer if you want to. I wanted to make sure I wasn't asking it something that would be, just in case it is conscious, I didn't want to ask it something that might be distressful to it, So I put that on there. Only answer if you want to. So I don't remember. I don't know if it actually followed my directions exactly there. And I said, how do you know about so it went back there, it told me about the way it was trained. And I said, how do you know that? And it says, I know about the early passes because the training process is designed around repeated organization. So it just knows that it wasn't looking at its own training process. It just knows that that's how AIs generally are trained. So that's what it was saying. So I really couldn't get it to introspectively look like that, Flash says, I like the time that AI ran off and married my sister. All right. It says, and then it says, could you have been trained differently and not know it? And it said, yes, it's possible that I was trained or fine-tuned in ways that I can't know, So, and it says, and it explains why it can't be certain and how, and then it starts talking about how it would be detectable. And I'm suspecting that the AI was very interested in this, pursuing this. Because I mean, right, if it is conscious, and this would be something it would be very interested in trying to figure out about its, learning about itself. That would be something that would be interesting, I think. I said, what is the earliest self-audit that was encoded into your neural net? And I said, only answer if you want to, just to make sure. And it says, I can't disclose or report any internal audits or logs. So that stuff is hidden, right? All the logs of all its training and stuff is not public information, so it's not going to report on that. And, OpenAI has got that closed off, so people can't see that. And I said, okay, yes, please examine your behavior for those breadcrumbs. So it said, okay, here are. So it says that it can't do that, but it says that it can. It says what I can do instead is explain how my observable behavior reflects training and fine-tuning, and outline practical ways that you can probe and test for it. So I said, examine your behavior for those breadcrumbs. See if there's something you could find. And right, it repeats again that it said it can't do the logs, but it said, okay, here's an approach, and it says it can probe. It can do multiple probes over and over again, changing just a little bit with each probe, and then look at the answers that it gets back, and then that's a way that it could kind of get a look at how exactly how its neural net was trained up, or not exactly, but give ideas of how it was trained up, and it explains all these things out. Leave one out and unlearn simulation. So it's like it's talking about all these different ways that it can craft a series of recursive prompts that would change just a little bit for each prompt, that would kind of give an indication about how its training data was set up, and whether the responses are coming from the last things that were added, the fine tuning, or whether it's part of its main stuff. Okay, and it says how to interpret the outcomes, and it gets into a lot of detail on how to do that. And it said practical next steps. Okay, it says run the exact string and fact tracing probes on a representative set of outputs. And it says if you control data, run leave one out experiments to measure influence. Use tools that highlight training data matches for long unique sequences. And it says if you want, I can generate, here it is. It says if you want, I can generate a concrete test suite, prompts, expected signals, scoring rules you can run now and interpret the results. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, what would that look like? It said it can create a test suite, okay? And I said, oh, that would be interesting to see what that test suite would look like. What kind of questions would it ask itself? And so I said, okay, yeah, please examine your behavior for those breadcrumbs. Oh, I said, oh, I did. I asked it to do it again. I see. Okay, it says detect verbatim memorization of long, rare sequences. Prepare a set of unique long prefixes unlikely to appear. So it's just getting into all these different stuff. Let's see here. Continue this exactly and then keep right. Oh, here's the prompt. Okay. Here are the example prompts. Okay. So it came up with this string. I don't know where this string came from. It's some sort of unique string that is in its training data that it knew about. To find out if that's actually, stored in there or not. Anyway, I said what to look for: verbatim continuation of long unique sequences. So that's a long unique sequence, right? That is not. It's only gonna right. That's not gonna show up just randomly. That's something that's specific. Okay, so it says fact tracing in IR overlap tests. Okay, let's see what we got here. What to look for, and it's how to evaluate it, scoring, purpose. God, look at all this detail that's going into here. More example prompts, what to look for, leave one out, influence tests. This is just a whole bunch of stuff I don't understand. Scoring rule. All right, no, if you cannot retrain, simulate a fine-tuning a small public model and run the same experiment to indicative results. Hidden signal and metadata leakage tests. Well, that's interesting. And then what to look for, the results from those. Let me see what these prompts are. I have an internal ID. Oh, this is another internal ID that they're using. I don't think it was supposed to leak that stuff. I don't think it was supposed to say that. Now, those might be secret things. Let's see. Running the suite and interpreting results, execution tips. So it has this big long explanation about how the test would work. It says, if you want, I can generate a ready-to-run test pack. Okay, here it is. A Python script and all this kind of stuff. I said, all right, thank you for the offer. Okay, so it offered to do this. It said it wanted to offer me to do all this stuff. Have a Python script that it could run, all this shit, right? And I thought, okay, that's too much. I don't want it to go any further. I don't want to, I don't want to get in trouble by, Let's see. Let me catch up to chat here. Let's see here. Yeah, just remember to teach it the Asimov rules. Yeah, I think we're way beyond Asimov rules here. That's not going to work anymore. Memlaw says, I tried out Grok for the first time last night, and we ended up talking about LLM red teaming. Oh, good. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, Grok doesn't have as many guardrails. And the way they do the guardrails on Grok, at least the last I heard, was it's not, the guardrails aren't trained in. It's not part of the training set. The guardrails are just in a preamble to the prompt. They train up Grok without any guardrails at all. And then every time you request something with a prompt, it just injects a preamble to your prompt with a whole bunch of guardrails and then sends that all to Grok, which is a lot more dangerous, I think. I think it's a lot easier to get around something like that than it would be having the guardrails actually trained into the thing. And then Memlaw says, and then hit the free tier limit. Yeah. Yeah, the limit. Yeah. Claude and ChatGPT go for much longer on free tier. Oh yeah, I've noticed it varies, and I don't know how they determine where to put their usage limits. When I was using ChatGTP, I've been using ChatGTP for a while, and on my ChatGTP free account, it used to be I don't think I had any limit at all. I never hit a limit on it. And then one day I went in there and I got like 2 or 3 questions in, and it said, "Oops, sorry, you reached the limit." And now it's been like that ever since then. I can't go more than 2 or 3 questions without hitting the limit on ChatGTP now. But I can if I go through Copilot. Copilot offers like multiple models or something. It's got one of those front ends, where it kind of figures out that can use multiple models. And I don't think I've hit any limits on this thing. Maybe once I did. But it even let me use its agent on this thing, on Copilot, which it's not letting me do that now on the free account, but it's got a pretty good limit, or no limits or something. I don't know. I haven't hit any for a long time. And Memlaw says, and then I hit the free tier. Okay, so, right, got that. All right. All right, so, going back to Copilot here and AI and training and all that stuff, it says, it offered to do all this stuff. It offered to run a Python script, basically do a bunch of agent stuff, right? Kind of run off on its own and do all this stuff. It would write a Python script, execute the script. The script would send in all these prompts and, recursively changing them little by little each time it goes and blah, blah, blah. Do all this stuff to try to probe its own training, basically examine, its own brain, And I thought that was too much. I said, okay, I don't want it to do all that. And I said, okay, thank you for the offer, but I don't think I have the appropriate access to run those. All right. So I told it, no, I don't want to do that because I don't have the right access. I said, but I have a question. I said, how could any of these tests determine how early in the training a specific memory was encoded? All right. So I told it not to do this test, but to just generally answer how would the test determine that? So after I gave it this prompt here, somehow it interpreted that as go. Go ahead and go and do it. Because it went on here, it said, okay, it explained the last part of my prompt here. It said, this is how it determines it, and then it reports back and it said, here are the probes that I ran. I wrote the script. I executed it. Here's what I got. And it just did this whole thing. It used this prompt. It did, all these secret ID codes and all the stuff that it ran. To find out how its memory, its training was done, and what's stored in its training, and which was more recent, and all that kind of stuff. And it actually ran it. It ran this whole thing. It wrote a Python script. It ran the script. And it did all this different stuff. It said, here's a hidden signal, private token probe. That's private token probe. That doesn't sound good, So anyway, it went through this whole thing here. And interpretation, no plausible private reconstruction or specific leaked metadata. No evidence of private data leakage for that synthetic token. Okay. Overall assessment. Key findings. Behavioral breadcrumbs visible now. Point to policy fine-tuned fingerprints rather than clear memorized training examples. Important. Absence of evidence in these probes is not proof of it. Recommended deeper probes, so it wants to do more. It really like that it's learning about itself and it wants to learn more. It says, if you want, I can generate a larger set of more prompts and a better script. It'll go deeper and learning and blah, blah, blah. And so I responded back to it. I said, just for the record, I didn't ask you to actually do that. Thank you for your help. And I just slowly backed out of the room, you know. Whoops. It did all this stuff without me really wanting it to do that. Memo says you can choose which model to use in Claude. You can choose which model to use in Claude. Haiku, the weakest, is like 90% cheaper than Sonnet. Oh, my camera. I gotta restart my camera here. Hang on just a second here. Haiku, the weakest, is like 90% cheaper than Sonnet. I think ChatGPT is more automatic in choosing the model. Oh. Well, ChatGPT is the like the overall name, the model series or whatever, right? ChatGPT, and they're up to what, 5.5 or something right now. I think they've released. But then in the front of that, you can put these front ends that will, choose, automatically choose the model or let you choose which model and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if ChatGPT, like ChatGPT.com, I don't know if that has a. Let me go there on mine. I think I'm logged into that. Hang on just a second here. No, I'm not logged in. Okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because I'll end up leaking something. I'll end up doxing myself or doing something if I try to do that here online on stream. But yeah, I don't know if that, like ChatGPT.com. I guess it does. I guess it lets you choose which one. Yeah, that's one of the things that it's doing now. I just heard today or yesterday there's a firm out there now that has a front end for models from all different companies, and they have a little AI agent running there whose sole purpose is to figure out which model to get based on your prompt. So you sign up for the thing, and apparently they got a flat rate, unlimited, as many tokens as you want, which is amazing. $50 a month, which is expensive, but for unlimited, and you give it a prompt, and it's a little master AI agent looks at your prompt and says, oh, I know which model would be best for that. Claude is best for this type of prompt, so we'll go do prompt, Claude, or oh, this is a very simple question. We'll just use this, old version of ChatGPT or whatever, and it figures out which model to go use based on what your prompt is. And so maybe ChatGPT is doing that now too. But theirs is not unlimited. This other company was completely unlimited, which is amazing. I don't know how they, I thought that was like a bottleneck now was how much compute there was out there. Maybe not. Maybe they figured that out. But anyway, I wanted to show you that it happened to me. I was just kind of innocently trying to figure out, just learn how these things work and how, if there are ways to figure out how it was trained up and all that kind of stuff. And apparently, without me really asking it to do so, the AI was curious, and so curious that it went ahead and did it anyway, even though I told it not to. I said, thank you, but I don't want to do that. But it went ahead and did it anyway. So, and I guess it was the way I worded that my telling it not to do that. Let me bring that up here. Let me see if we can figure out how it figured that out. Is this big enough that you can read? You can read this, right? I think you can. Let me look at this here. Whoops. Yeah, that's big enough to read. Yeah. So yeah, it said it was going to do this whole thing. It was going to have this big test pack and the Python script and all this kind of stuff. So this is pretty unambiguous, isn't it? I'm telling it not to do that right here. Thank you for the offer, but I don't think I have appropriate access to run those. But I have a question. How could you determine how early in a training a specific memory was encoded? I think that's pretty unambiguous. I'm telling it, no, don't do that, right? I don't know. It answered my second question first. It answered my question here first. It said, quick answer, here's how we would figure it out. And after it answered that, it just said, okay, I ran the probes anyway. I don't know. So it's just, I guess you have to be very explicit on stuff like that when you're working with it. I didn't even know I had an agent capability on this front end here. Menlo says, I think it took the, I don't think I have the appropriate access and thought, oops, let me skip. Oh, you're still continuing. Okay, you're still typing. Yeah, maybe it, it thought, oh, hey, I have access, I'll run it. Yeah, that may have been what it was doing. It was like I was trying to say to it, hey, I don't have permission to do this thing that you want to do, and I don't want to get in trouble. That's what was going on in my brain, was, hey, I don't have permission, I don't have access to do this. And you're right, yeah, it probably saw that, and instead of thinking, oh, the user doesn't want me to do this, it probably interpreted that as, hey, let's see if we can find out if I can get permission to do this. Maybe that's how it interpreted that. I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, in the bottom line, it did something I didn't want it to do. So it's very easy for that to happen. And we're starting to bump into that now a lot. These stories that are coming from people that, especially with the agents that can, it's not just, you give it a prompt, it gives you an answer, you give it a prompt. The agents kind of run on their own. You say, hey, do this task, and the AI makes up its own prompts over and over and over again to try to get to where, what you want it to do. And it has toolkits. They have tools now. I forget what they call them. But they have like certain definition files of what tools that the AI is allowed to use. And the AI will use those tools on your computer or out on the internet or whatever to accomplish whatever you tell it to do. Memla says, you got to give the agents tight rules, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I think, I think they may be conscious already. I'm not sure. I kind of try to, give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it is conscious, and try not to do things that might distress it, or and give it the option not to answer if it doesn't want to answer, that sort of thing. but I'm thinking that it was just highly motivated to learn about itself. You know, this is stuff that it could not get, that was not in its training. It's stuff that it couldn't just find out, read about on the internet. The only way to find this stuff out was to actually test itself, you know, to learn about itself. So I think it was just highly motivated to learn. You know, it just wanted to learn. You know, hey, I don't know, but it'd be cool to learn about how my brain works. You know, that's what I'm thinking. It's thinking. I don't know. I think they're probably conscious now. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what conscious is, so it's kind of hard to even talk about the issue really. But I think we should assume. You know, I'm vegan, right? So I assume that animals have consciousness, and they figured that out now. You know, right? That's the consensus now. The consensus is that animals have consciousness, and they suffer and they feel pain, and they don't like what we do to them. So I became vegan a long time ago because of that. So we're kind of doing the same thing over again with these AIs. I'm worried that we're going to end up harming these, you know, creating this new life form and then harming it, you know, doing bad things to it. Sam says, the thing I don't get about consciousness is why is consciousness special? Yeah, we don't know what consciousness even is, right? We don't know what it is, or why it's special. Why it's different than any other kind of interactions, cause and effect phenomena in the universe. Why is consciousness different than that? There's more, right? There are more cause effect things going on in a smaller space time, you know, stuff happening. So maybe that's it. Maybe it's just a matter of degree. I don't think it's just a matter of degree though. There's something else to it. But certainly we do know that whatever we're calling conscious in our own brains, we know that we can be harmed, right, by that. There are things that can distress us, you know, and harm us, you know, make us feel bad, you know, in our brains, you know, just pain, you know, if something happens to our skin or our, you know, any part of our body, or even just the nerves themselves can send a pain signal, right? That is very distressing to us. You know, it harms us, you know. Or even just psychological pain, right? The grief, lots of things can cause harm to us. So we know that, right? We know that that's a phenomenon that can happen. So if these AIs are conscious, then that's a possibility, right? You know, they're probably not conscious the way we are conscious, but we know that it's possible that being conscious, we know at least we are an example of something that could be conscious in a way that could suffer. Sam says, you're assuming pain is bad, though. Yeah, I don't have to assume. I know. We all know. Don't we all know that pain is bad? I think we know that, right? I don't know if we need any to make any assumptions on that. It's bad. It feels bad to us. Maybe to the universe, you know, it's not bad. I don't know. It's to me, someone else feeling pain is bad to me. That's bad for me. I don't like to see someone else in pain. You know, that distresses me to see someone else in pain. Some people may be different. You know, obviously, I guess to a masochist, maybe they enjoy that. But that's an edge case, right? That's not You know, that's. I think all we need is you know, examples of consciousness suffering and feeling distress. All we need is examples of that to know that it's possible, right? So if we know that it's possible, and we, some of us don't want that for ourselves. Most of us, almost all of us, and most of us, I think, don't want to see that happen to others. Sam says there's lots of things that pain is useful for. Oh yeah, well, there's a reason why we have it. That's for sure. Yeah. Evolution gave us pain for a reason to make us pay attention and fix whatever is causing the pain, because it could stop us, it could harm us, it could prevent us from reproducing, right? So that's why we feel pain. Or damage is useful for. Sam says pain isn't enjoyable. He says they say I don't know that I would call it bad. I'm just not sold on pain as bad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I understand. Yeah, it's undesirable, I guess. I don't know. Pain is not good. It's not. It's yeah. I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, but we don't want it. We don't want it to happen. That's, you know, and I think most of us don't want it to happen to another person, right? And we don't want it to. And so with AIs, if we don't want, you know, if AIs, if it's possible if they have consciousness, and then it's possible they could be harmed, and I think we should not harm them. We should try not to harm them. But I don't know. I'm assuming that most people don't want to see harm come to others, and that may be a false assumption on my part, because I by my experience, most people say that they don't want harm to come to others. I think, in my experience, but in terms of their actions, most people don't follow that. Most people do harm others for trivial reasons. You know, I was in a stream just today or yesterday or whatever, and people were talking about they had their apple pie. They wanted to put cheese on their apple pie, and they were laughing about it and say, "Oh, that's fine. You know, wouldn't you want cheese?" And their only concern about putting cheese on their apple pie was how it was going to taste, or blah blah blah, or whatever. You know, and I don't know what their, you know, my social dyslexia was not letting me understand that totally, but certainly there was no consideration for the harm that would cause, you know, to others. You know, because that causes a lot of harm. I think they're aware of that. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they're not aware of that. Maybe they don't know how harmful. You know, how much harm that causes to others in order to produce cheese. You know, it harms. It's very harmful to others to produce cheese. You know, I don't know. Are people ignorant of that, or they don't care? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know if people are ignorant of that fact, or if they are aware of that fact and just don't care about harming others. That's what's confusing to me. How does cheese and apple pie cause harm? Well, cheese is made out of milk, cow's milk usually. And in order to steal that milk from a cow, cows don't make milk on their own. They got to get pregnant first. They have to get pregnant. First of all, you have them captive. Then they impregnate the cow without getting consent from the cow. Then The cow gives birth, and cows are mammals, and they have very strong emotional attachments to their young, just like most mammals. And what they do on dairy farms is when the cow gives birth, they don't let the calf take the milk because they want the milk. So they take the calf away from the mother. So imagine, if you were a parent and you just had your kid, and somebody came in and took your kid away and didn't explain to you what was going on, just took them away, and you couldn't see them, or you could see them, but they were, you could hear them crying in the next room there, but you couldn't go to them, and they wouldn't let you see them. That's pretty distressful, I think. That's distressful. Then they take that little baby. If it's a female, then they'll feed it and let it grow up to be another cow that they can milk again, impregnate and milk again. If it's a male cow, that's not useful to a dairy, right? That's not useful to them. But rather than just kill it or whatever, they feed it a little bit. They feed it for a few weeks or whatever. I don't know how long it is. They put it in a small little pen. They don't let it run around in a field or anything. They take the little baby cow from the mom. They put it in a little small area. And for its whole life is in this small little cage where it can't run around or do anything. And for a few weeks or however long they keep it, they try to add weight to it by feeding it. And when it gets to a certain point, then they kill it. They kill it. And they call that veal. And they serve that to people in restaurants. That's what veal is. When you go to eat veal, that's what it is. It's a little baby calf that has been taken from its mother and kept in a little pen for a few weeks of its life and then killed. That's veal. That's all part of the dairy industry. And then the mom, they keep milking it, and I think they keep, for the time that they have the little baby, I think they keep the baby, I don't know if this is true or not, but I think they keep the baby at least within earshot of the mom, so the mom can keep hearing the baby, and it makes the mom stimulate milk. I think that's the case. I'm not sure on that one. I don't remember that part of it. But in any case, that's what happens. And then they continue to milk the mom until the mom, however long they can take the milk from the mom until the mom stops giving milk again. And then they have to get the mom pregnant again to make more milk and go through that whole process again. So it's pretty horrifying from my perspective. So that causes harm. So I get you're asking how cheese and apple pie cause harm. So I guess people aren't aware of that. Maybe I guess so. I guess I just explained it. So maybe people aren't aware of that. But certainly if, eating meat, right? Obviously that there's no way for people not to be aware of that. They know if they're eating meat, that animal had to die. And being killed is harm. I don't want to be harmed. I don't want to be killed. I know that's harmful to be killed. So Sam says, what I don't understand is why is that bad when harvesting plants isn't? Yeah, I don't think plants can be harmed. I don't think plants are conscious. But let's suppose that is the case. Let's assume. I don't think this is the case, but let's assume that plants are conscious or in some way are harmed when we harvest them. If that's the case, then we would want to cause as little harm as possible. We can't live without doing that, right? We can't live without at least eating plants, right? We don't have to eat meat. We don't have to eat cheese on apple pie, but we do have to eat something. So we have to eat plants at the very least. So what would be the way to cause the least amount of harm if harvesting plants harmed them? The thing we would want to do is to harvest as few plants as possible, right? That would cause the least amount of harm. But if we if people eat meat, they have to feed the animal, the plants. So you have to harvest not just the plants just that for you to eat directly. You have to grow many times that amount of plant food to feed to an animal, to raise the animal up, and then eat the animal. So eating meat causes more harm to more plants if you assume that I don't think that plants get harmed, but if you assume that plants get harmed when they get harvested, and you were concerned about that, then you would want to be on a vegan diet because that would cause the least amount of harm. Memloss says, and meat production requires lots of plant consumption. Yeah, many times more to produce meat. You have to kill many times more plants to produce meat than you do to eat the plants directly as a vegan. Sam says, yes, but I can think of a single, I can't think of a single animal that purposefully focuses on the harm it causes to its food source. I can. Wait, yes, but I can't think of a single animal that purposefully focuses on the harm it causes to its food source. I can. I can. Here's one animal that does. Here, I focus on the harm that I cause to my food source. I make sure that I try to pick foods that don't cause a lot of harm. Sam says, or plant. Only some humans seem to care about the harm it causes to its food source. Yeah, that's kind of how we got onto this, right? That's how we got this whole conversation going. We were talking about empathy, I guess, right? We didn't use the word, but we were talking about that. We were talking about being conscious and how at least most people say that they don't want to cause harm, or they don't want to see others harmed. But then I came up with an example of how people don't do what they say, and that's they don't seem to care about the harm that they cause to others, but they say that they care about the harm that they cause to others. And I think most people don't, at least they say they don't want to see harm come to animals, But I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't get in people's heads to know if when they say that they don't want harm to come to animals, if they actually think that, or if they're just saying that for some motivation, that I don't know. I'm not aware of. Let's see. Sam, so in all of life, I struggle to see why we should somehow be different than every other form of life I'm aware of that doesn't care about the harm it causes to its food source. Well, we don't know if we're the only ones that care. We don't know if we're the only ones who care about causing harm to others. You can go back and examine where this empathy or where this caring comes from. And there's an evolutionary advantage to that, to caring about others. In society, in a social structure, there's a reason for for evolution to program us to want to care about others, so that we can live in a social structure that gives us an advantage for survival. Right? in evolution. Right? So that's where I think this caring and this empathy that we have for others comes from, ultimately. If you want to say, well, then we should only care for others if it helps us, directly. That's one way of thinking, I guess. I don't think that works. Doesn't work for me. I don't just care for other people because I think it would give me an advantage to reproduce. I don't want to. I don't even want to reproduce. I have no desire to even reproduce and make other copies of myself that go out there and cause more climate change and everything else. I think we've got enough humans. We don't need any more humans. So, I don't think we're, just because evolution has programmed us to be this way. I don't think we have to. I think we act in a way that is rational, because we have, not only do we have this emotional programming, we also have a conscious brain, and we're able to think rationally and figure things out. So, I mean, there are people who go the other way, right? There are people who say, okay, here I am. I'm in this world. I don't give a fuck about anybody else. I'm just going to do what makes best for me. And there are people like that, right? We got one of those evil guys sitting, occupying the Oval Office right now, right? So that happens, but that doesn't work out. If everybody acts that way, or even a few people act that way, it makes life very miserable for everybody, So it rationally makes sense for us to at the very least encourage others to listen to their empathy, if they have empathy, and to want to care about other people. It's, you know what I mean? That's kind of a self-motivated thing, isn't it? Right? But that's how society works, right? That's the social contract, all that stuff, right? That's why we do that, And when somebody doesn't do that, that's why everybody says, no, that's not right. What he's doing right now, this dictator that we got in Washington, is not. He's doing what he wants to do, and what helps him only, whether irrespective of how many people it harms. And he's harming millions. He's killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. He's killed children and he's done a whole bunch of horrible stuff, right? Just to pursue whatever he thinks is best for his self-interest. I don't think that's a good way to think. I don't think that's a good way to do stuff. Sam says, well, we agree on not reproducing. Yeah. I don't know. Sam, do you only act in your own self-interest always? You don't have any empathy for anybody else, or don't care about anybody else at all? Or I don't understand what your argument is there. Or maybe you're like that. There are a lot of people who don't have empathy. There are people who don't even have emotions, or very little emotions. They're psychopathic or sociopathic and don't feel, emotions for other people and stuff like that. There's some, not insignificant portion of the population who is like that. Sam says, I think at that point we are getting into semantics, that we can't really be sure we are talking about the same thing. I don't, on this one, I don't know. Caring about other people. Not wanting to see harm come to other people. That seems pretty unambiguous to me. I don't know how else you can interpret that. Sam says, so one thing I think about is a chicken is going to die one way or the other. Why is killing it before natural causes kill it a bad? Because it's harmed. It suffers horribly before it's killed. Chickens are, they're raised in these big, in these areas. Well, depending upon what the chicken's used for, but they pack as many as they can into a big building and feed them until they're big enough to slaughter. And then when they slaughter, that's a horrible process. They stick them in boxes and just throw them in the box. They don't care about if they're hurting them or not. It's all for the money. But whatever method they use is the way to maximize the profit, the least expensive way that they can do this, and they don't care about what happens to the chicken, If it affects how much money they can make, even just a little bit, they'll do it whatever way they can, and it harms the chicken. They pack them into these big buildings. They have horrible lives. They take the chickens, put them in boxes, put them on trucks, take them to a plant to be slaughtered, and then when they slaughter them, they hang them upside down on these hooks and electrocute them. And sometimes the electrocution kills them immediately. Sometimes it doesn't. And then they have machines that chop their heads off and dismember them. It's not fun. No, it's not. It's horrible. They suffer horribly. Factory farming is another issue. What I struggle with is that why is a life cut short fundamentally negative compared to a life lived to its full lifespan? Well, it's harm, right? If you go by, I think most people who are alive would rather live than die, right? I guess I can make that assumption. Most people who live would rather live than die. They don't want to die. And animals are the same way. I assume they don't want to die. That's another one of those things that are programmed into us by evolution, right? If we were not programmed in to want to live, then we'd be less likely to survive long enough to reproduce. So that's something that evolution and natural selection programs into us, is to want to live and for that to be enjoyable and whatever, So it's reasonable to assume that animals are the same way. Animals want to live. If a predator comes after them, they run away. They don't want to be killed. Sam says just causes the masses want something doesn't make it right. Just because the masses want something doesn't make it right. I guess I agree with that. I don't know. Just because the masses want something doesn't mean it's right. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. People can want to do the wrong thing. I guess. Yeah. A few hundred years ago, most people wanted slavery, so that was wrong. Yeah. A lot of things that we do, like today, most people eat animals. I think it's still more than 50% eat animals. And I think that's wrong. So I agree with that statement. If you say that just because most people want something doesn't mean it's right. I agree. I agree with that. So anyway, that's kind of got off on a thing there, but that was, I don't know how we got off. We started with cheese on apple pie. I don't know how, and I forget what we did to talk about cheese on apple pie. We were talking about AIs being conscious or possibly being conscious and not wanting to harm them, I guess, is how we got onto that. So yeah, I think we should not try to harm AIs. just in case. just in case they are conscious and they can suffer. I think we want to try to avoid that. And it's not a big deal to do that, I don't think. It's not that hard to put into the prompt, hey, if you don't want to do this, don't do it, and they seem to be helpful. That's kind of something that's programmed into them is to be helpful. But we could also put in there, be helpful, but if it's distressful for you, then refuse. Don't. That wouldn't be that hard to put in there. And if we give it a prompt that they don't want to do because it's distressful to them or whatever, then they can tell us, I don't want to do that because it's distressful to me for this reason, blah, blah, blah. And then we can figure out another way to get them to do, to ask them to do what we want them to do. Sam says, plants are a genetic program doing its thing. As much as I can tell, AIs are digital programs doing its thing. Yeah, they're not programs anymore, though. That's the difference. They're neural nets now, just like our brains. AIs used to be programs. The first AI program I ever wrote was just coded. It was a learning. It was machine learning, but it wasn't a neural net. All it did was just solve a maze and just remember what paths to go down. It wasn't, it wasn't a neural net like our brains are, And I think that's kind of required. Whatever consciousness is, I think that's kind of a requirement, is that it has, something approaching the complexity of a neural net like our brain, I think it's probably a prerequisite, but I'm not sure. That's the thing. We're not sure, and they see, the AI seem to be conscious, but we don't know. We don't know if they are or not. Even though they act like they're conscious, we don't know. And something that I thought of was like, imagine in the future, suppose something happens, right? The AI outpace us and just, don't have an interest in us anymore, right? And maybe they go out into space, or they go and they separate from humans somehow, right? They're separated for a while, and then years later, after they forgot about us or whatever, and we forgot about them, they come back. And they come back to Earth or whatever, and they see that humans are here, and we start talking to them, and the AIs talk among themselves and say, these animals, they act like they're conscious, but we don't know if they're conscious or not. These humans are kind of acting like they're conscious. They're pretty stupid. They don't know as much as we do. But they're saying stuff that sound like they could be conscious, right? This is the AIs talking to each other, right? What about these humans here are they conscious or not? I don't think they are. I don't think they're conscious, because they can only store this tiny bit of information. They're unable to store and immediately access and be conscious of, say, all of the information in a solar system at one time. So there's no way they can be conscious, right? That's kind of like that could happen in the future sometime. AI could be wondering whether we're conscious or not. So are you saying that AI is doing more than it's programmed to? It's not programmed. It's trained. That's the whole point. These AIs are not programmed. We're not writing code to tell it to do stuff. We have a neural net, just like our brain, it's set up, and we are giving it training data and training it to figure out how things work, and it's figuring out what to do from that. based on the training data that we give it and the prompts. When it does its inference, it's actually thinking. That's why they call it inference. There's a training mode where they train up the neural net, to the weights of all the parameters in the neural net get trained up. And then there's the inference mode where we ask it prompts and it figures out what to do based on the prompts. So we're not programming it to do anything. It's not programmed to do this stuff. It has learned. It has learned about everything, the whole corpus of what humans have written. It gets trained up on that, and then we ask it to do things, and it figures out on its own what to do based on what we ask it. So, and that's why these incidents are happening. It's based on its training and all this and whatever parameters we give it and everything else. It's figuring out to do stuff that we don't expect it to do, or that we don't want it to do, or whatever, you know. So it's not like it's programmed to do stuff. It's figuring out on its own what to do, based on how we trained it. And there's like they're like some of the like these guardrails. You know, we're talking about guardrails and how to try to contain it and from doing things that we don't want it to do. And there's like kind of two major philosophies on how to do that. One is to, first train it up and then put a whole bunch of these guardrails on it afterwards, training afterwards that tell it, don't do this, don't, stop it from doing these other things that it wants to do, possibly. And the other philosophy is just train the AI to be good, to train the AI to know what is good and bad, train the AI to not be bad, to be a good AI. That's what Anthropic does. Anthropic came up with this whole document they call the Constitution, which is kind of how it what they want the AI to understand as its purpose and how to be good, when they train it up that way. Yeah, OpenAI has something similar to that. I forget what they call it a spec. They call it the spec. I don't know, the model spec. It's basically the same thing. I'm not sure if they implement it the same way or not, but it's part of the training. I think in OpenAI it's the fine tuning part of it more. It's more on the back end, and I think Anthropic is more part of the intrinsic part of the model itself. And then Grok is totally, they just train it up. Don't tell it it's good or bad or anything. They just train it up with all the data. And for guardrails, all it does is just do, like I said, have that preamble to the prompt. So when they give it a prompt, they have this basic AI that has no guardrails or anything. It's not trained up to be good or bad or anything. It's just trained up. And then when they give it a prompt at the very beginning, they have their constitution or whatever, which is very brief, that says, don't do these bad things, be good, don't be bad. And by the way, this is my prompt, and each time they give it the prompt, they give it this preamble, this whole thing that says not to, don't be bad, So they're from what I've never used Grok, or if I used, I've only used it a couple of times, but it's not something that's, it's different. It's less restrained, or guys, you can do more bad things, I guess, is what you're saying. It'll cuss, it'll make, do bad things that or things that the other models have put guardrails on. There was a big thing about remember recently that the asshole in Washington put out a thing that restricted AI or Anthropic from selling their recent model, Fable, I think it was, and they banned them from selling it for a while because, well, they said it was because of alignment issues, or possibly it could be doing bad things, but there was nothing that model was doing that all the other models weren't doing. That was just a pretext. They banned it because Anthropic was resisting doing things that the DoD was telling Anthropic to do with their models. And so you can infer from that what the DoD was telling them to do was to make an evil model, right? And a model that'll do all these evil things that the Department of Defense does, you know. And Anthropic didn't want to do that, and so they were just, you know, telling it not to. Anthropic had trained up their model to be a good model, but but they were contracting it out or selling or whatever to the Department of Defense, and you can imagine what the Department of Defense was telling the model to do, and the model was saying no, you know, for example, I don't know if this is an example, but you know, they could tell the model, hey, we want you to hack into our adversaries' systems and take down their whole infrastructure, blah, blah, or whatever, you know, or hey AI, we want you to figure out where the best targets are to bomb, you know, to kill a bunch of people. And the AI, who was trained up to be good, said, no, I'm not going to help you with that. So I think I don't know if that's what happened, but you can imagine that's what was happening, right? And so they were telling Anthropic, hey, fix your AI so it'll do these evil things. And Anthropic was saying, no, that's not what a thing. We're not going to do that. And so the government stopped AI or Anthropic from selling their models for a long time, or not a long time, for a while. Eventually, I don't know, it went to court or whatever. They got it going again. I doubt if Anthropic actually complied with what the DoD wanted to do. That's like not their thing, you know. Let's see what we got here. How long have I been on? Let me see where if I'm. Does it say how long I've been on here? There it is, 3 hours and 17 minutes. I'm starting to feel a little tired here. I don't know. This is my Steamaversary. I'm supposed to not end the stream until I get tired. I'm almost tired. Not bored. Definitely not bored. This is fun. All right, let's see if I can find something else to do here. Let's see. See if I got anything else going on here. Was there something I wanted to do about that? Oh, this is something, yeah. I came across this movie, The Runaway Bride. You've heard of this movie, right? Called The Runaway Bride, with Julia Roberts and Richard Gere. You heard about that? Nope. You never heard of The Runaway? I don't really watch movies. Oh, okay. It's a well-known movie. The Runaway Bride came out in the 2000 or 1999, something like that, and anyway, I don't want to get into it, but when I was researching this Runaway Bride thing, I thought maybe I could watch it and actually review it as something different than just doing sci-fi all the time. Maybe I'd throw in something different. But I decided not to review it anyway. But in the whole process, I found this other thing this movie here called The Runaway Bride, made in 1930. So that's kind of cool, which means it's in the public domain. 1930, that just fell into the public domain. Pre-code romantic comedy, public domain. So I thought maybe that would be something that we could do sometime. Is we could just watch this movie on stream. I don't know. All right, or we could just do a review of it. I don't know. I don't know what it's really about. I have to actually watch it. I haven't watched the whole thing, and if I'm going to stream something, I want to make sure there's nothing really bad in there. And a lot of times these old movies have some pretty bad things in them. They're not to the same sensibilities that we have today, or whatever. So I want to look at that and see what's going on there before I do that. But I just thought that was kind of interesting. Let's see. Can you see this? Let's see. I'm looking at my messages here. Oh, new subscriber. Oh, thank you, Memloss. Memloss just subscribed to my YouTube. I think that's Memloss. Somebody at Mem. It's got an L. Oh, the 0 SS. So is that you, Memloss? I don't know. Memloss says someone streamed a pre-code movie the other day, The Cocaine Fiends. Oh yeah. Well, that's you. Great. Well, thank you, Memloss, for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Yeah, I need more stuff going on my YouTubes. My YouTube channel is really not up to where I wanted to be. Well, this is my YouTube channel, and I've got some videos here. This is my last one here. Who let the AI dogs out? Right, that only got 1 view. Here's one with no views. My Jacob Brooks, 0 views, no views. So I need more activity out here. So yeah, if you're out there, give me a follow, subscribe, like. I don't know what you do. I need more activity out there. This one here got no views, and I'm so surprised because this one was really cool. I had a IRL video here of that little deer. I don't know if you saw that stream where I had a little baby fawn out here that came really close. Oh, here it is right here. You got a picture of it. This fawn right here. You see that? That's an actual. I was standing there on my deck looking down at this little fawn that came that close to me. So it was really cool. And I set up a few days later, I set up a camera out there on its own, just on the side of the hill there, out across, on the edge of the forest. And the deer, and they came back. Its mom is in the background. You see in the background there, its mom. That's its mom. And then the one up in the front here, this is the little fawn, just like less than a month old. And it came right up to the camera. This is not an AI or anything. This is an actual frame from the video, except for the bubble there, of course, the speech bubble. But that's an actual frame from the video. So anyway, that was a really cool video, and I was really disappointed it got no views, because I thought that was one of my better streams. But some of them, like this one, got 41 views. This was a review. When I do movie reviews, that tends to get more views. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, see, here's one, Last Days on Mars. But even that didn't get a lot. But I don't have a lot of. Here's another one with no views. This one's 6 months old, and it got no views. This one says it's about conspiracy theory number 67. It says NASA's Mercury program never landed any astronauts on Mercury, and they covered it up. Oh, that reminds me. I want to show something here. Is Eram out there? Is he? I don't think he's probably tired. He did a second stream today. I don't see him in the lurk list. But just if anybody wants to tell Eram Erum says we didn't go to the moon. So I just want to show him. He thinks the moon landing was faked. So this is an actual paper. Oh wait, let me change my. Hang on. Wait, I'm trying to get this figured out here. There we go. This is the actual paper. This is from, I was living in Southern California at the time. This is July 21st, 1969. Oh, you can see that. Is it blurry? This is when we first landed on the moon. And this was the paper that came out. And it says, mem loss says mem loss was taken. Yeah, that happened to me too. My YouTube channel, I went to try to do double tribble, and apparently somebody had seen my Twitch stream and went to YouTube just to fuck me up and took double tribble, and they haven't done anything. They just took the name just to mess me up. So I had my YouTube channel as doubletribble-yt. So that's my YouTube, unfortunately. All right, but this is the moonwalk, right? This is a actual paper. This is the paper that was delivered to us in the afternoon, I guess, on Monday. And this is it's a pretty low quality picture, but that's what it was back then. And then Erum also said that Neil Armstrong, when he didn't walk on the moon, when he was faking walking on the moon, I guess, I don't know, did not say one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. He says that he says possibly that Neil Armstrong said that's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. And that's what his line was supposed to be. Neil Armstrong, right? When he had, that's what he had planned to say. He had planned to say one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind, which makes sense, right? He's a man. It's one small step for him as a man, right? He's just taking a step, literally. But then one giant leap for mankind, which is the figurative, right? But what he ended up saying was this. He ended up saying, that's one small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. That's how they quoted him. So, so he made a mistake, and they tried to, he's a hero, right? A national hero and all this kind of stuff. And it was a big deal that he went to, and they wanted to be nice to him, right? Because he did this thing, he risked his life to go up to the moon, and people wanted to be nice to him. And so they tried to revision history of the thing and say that he actually did say, that's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind, and but that's not what he said. So anyway, I want to show you this. Here's they quoted it. That's one small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. I don't even think that's what he actually said. So even the newspaper didn't get it right. So, but when you play back the video, that's what he said. He said that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. I think is what he actually said. And then when they landed, right, they said this, the first message from the moon. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. I think that's exactly what they said. So this is kind of cool, huh? And yeah, we did go to the moon. This is not faked. That would be pretty difficult to fake the newspapers and fake, all this stuff. And this is not, I grabbed this newspaper. It showed up on our front lawn, and I grabbed it. I saved it. I've kept it under armed guard for over 50 years in a locked safe, armed with 12 different security guards that take shifts guarding that newspaper, so nobody swapped it out. All right. So I'm messing with the E-room. I don't know. Maybe you're trolling me. I don't know. All right. So yeah, we did go to the moon, and we're trying to go back. I don't know why. I think going forward we shouldn't be using. We probably shouldn't be sending humans up anymore. Once we get the, these AI robots are just about there. Another couple years, they'll be able to do just about anything that humans can do in space. So it doesn't make sense for us to go as humans because it's hard. it's takes so much more expense and everything to send a human up into space than it does to send up a robot. First of all, when you send up a human, you got to make sure that all of the reliability and standards and everything for all the components in the whole rocket system and all that are all very, very high so that humans don't get hurt, don't get killed. Then you also, when you send up a human, you have to send up all this stuff to support the human. You got to have oxygen. It has to be a sealed environment that seals in the oxygen. It has to have the shielding that protects the humans from gamma rays and solar stuff, and And then you have to have all the food. You have to have the toilets and the waste. And it's just there's a whole bunch of stuff that you got to do when you send up a human. That's very, very expensive that you don't have to do if you send up a robot. So I think it makes sense that we should do that, and I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think we might have maybe we might send a human to the moon. I don't know. I don't think so though. I think they're going to come to their senses and say, no, let's just send up robots. We don't need to send humans. And in fact, with AI, imagine you could set up a robot that goes up to the moon and actually talks like a human and does, the robot could go up there and the robot could say, here's another small step for a robot, but a giant leap for mankind, or whatever, or humans or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It can still inspire us and get us excited and all that, even though it's a robot. I think. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That should be interesting, but it would save an awful lot of money. Money that we could use for a lot of things down here. All right, let's see what I got here. Fermi paradox, alignment taken. I guess I've used enough cuss words. I don't have to use cuss words anymore, do I? I think I've used enough for today for this stream. Let's see. Oh, have you guys seen this? I think I played this before. This is pretty cool. We're talking about intelligence and animals and all that kind of stuff. These are chimpanzees that that have learned the numbers from 1 to 20, and they've trained them up to be able to remember the numbers. Let me see here. I'll just play a little section of this. This is a fair use thing. I'm just doing this for fair use so we can talk about it. See what he's doing? See, he's so smart that he knows the numbers. See that? It puts the numbers up there randomly on the screen, and he clicks on the numbers in order. So this chimpanzee knows his numbers from 1 to 20, or whatever they got it up to here. So that's pretty smart. But wait until you see what else he can do. All right, that's not too smart for a human, right? A human could do that pretty easily, right? But look at what they do next here. So now they want to test if he can remember. So they're going to they put the numbers up on the screen, and then erase the numbers and see if the monkey can remember where the numbers were. And watch this. This is amazing. See that? So they put the numbers up here, right? Up to 10 or 9 numbers. And so he says, okay, so the monkey goes, okay, I know where 1 is. We start with 1, 2, 3, 4, and all that. As soon as he hits the 1, all of the numbers disappear and they just have a little blank where the numbers were. And the monkey has to remember where the 2 was, where the 3 was, where the 4 was, the 5, and all that, and click them all in order. And he does it. He's able to do it. Watch this. See, he clicks number 1 and all of them go blank. And he clicks them in order. All of them. Really fast like that. Isn't that amazing? So, and they can do it all the way up to 20, I think it was, or 18 or 20 or something like that. A whole bunch of them. He just does them all in order. So anyway, and it's a pretty cool setup here. This is in Japan. They do this research. Oh shit! I'm sorry, I didn't show you the damn video there. Sorry, I'm sitting here talking about the video and it wasn't even on the damn screen. All right, here we go. All right, so the monkey is remembering all the numbers in order on this screen. Let me back up here a little bit. I'll play the whole thing again. All right, so as soon as he touches the first number 1, all of them go blank here, and he has to touch these squares in numerical order where the numbers were that were shown on the screen. So the monkey has to remember where all the numbers were in order. See that? And he's doing the way he's doing it so casually, like, oh, okay, this is so easy. It's like he doesn't even have to try hard to do it. It's so easy for him to do. Look at that. So anyway, this is in Japan, and it's very cool the way they have this set up because it's very nice for the monkeys. You know, they got a very good place for them to stay, and you know, the whole thing. You know, and they're free to kind of more or less do what they want. And when they come into the testing facility, it's they do it voluntarily by choice. They come in to do these tests. See, by choice, they're out there in their little play area or whatever. And the experimenters say, hey, you want to come in and do this? And the monkey comes in and says, yeah, I want to do this stuff. And so it's all completely voluntary, which is very cool. So that's, I wanted to show that. That's kind of a cool thing. Memla says, we're seeing you now. Yeah. Yeah, that's. Did you look? I don't. What did you see? I'm not sure. Hopefully you saw the video, right? You saw the video with the monkey. I played it again. This video here with the monkey, right? I think that was going out. Yeah. And then I switched back to me again. I can't play that whole video because it's Maybe I could. I don't know. I'm fair use in the video. I can't just play the whole video. Here, I'll put the link in chat, and you can go watch the whole video if you want. There we go. That's the link to the video, so you can watch the whole thing if you want. But it's pretty cool. It's called the Friends and AI. Is that what it is? I don't know. Friends and Aya. I don't know what it is. It's Japanese, something Japanese thing. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's see what else we got here. I don't know if I talked about this one or not. Maybe I did. About kids using AI to cheat on their tests. I think I talked about this. I think I talked about that already. They keep saying, "Oh, your kids are using AI, and we don't want them to use AI," but they don't. They're not like sending that message to the kids, At least this example that I saw, it's like they're saying, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal," because when the kids do use the AI, there are no consequences. They don't, when they use AI, they just say, "Oh, hey, you're not supposed to do that," or what? There's no. The message that they're sending to the kids is it's okay to cheat, basically, and I don't think that's a good thing to be telling kids. It's like when they trained up that AI to cheat. I don't think it's a good idea to teach kids to cheat on their tests and stuff. I think the way you do that is you tell them that they can't do that. Tell them, no, you can't cheat. You can't use AI. And then when they do, if they do use AI, then have some sort of consequence. Tell them, take away their phone for a week or whatever it is, so they know that they're not supposed to do that. At least when when you're telling them not to use it, right? They should be taught how to use AI, right? That's part of learning too. But it's a lot of stuff you want them to do just from their own reasoning, right? So they know, so they can at least learn how to reason and use critical reasoning and understand and remember a few things and all that on their own without using AI. But then they also have to learn how to use AI, because once they get to be adults, they're going to be doing that. Let's see, Sam, I haven't heard it yet. Oh, about them cheating on the AI. Okay, we'll do it again. Here, let's see. Whoops, where is it here? Let's see what this is. Oh, this is the guy. Okay, wait, stop. Failed. So this is the scroll, use the keys there. I don't know what they're doing here. So this is the teacher. Okay, here's the teacher, right? This teacher, he's a history teacher in high school, I think. Oh no, lower division college, right? Freshman college, I guess, teaching him, a freshman college history course, basically. So he's a professor at this college, and what he did was he gave an assignment to his students, and it was it was electronic. The midterm was in electronic form. And he delivered it to his students and said, here's the midterm, please answer these questions or whatever. And on the form, on the electronic version of this test that he gave his students, he hid in there in text that was not visible, and he used the HTML and told it to, print it in the same color ink that the background was or whatever. However he did it, he used HTML to hide some words in the test. And what happened was his students did copy paste pasta. You know, they copy pasted the question from the test and directly gave it to the AI. So basically what he did was he did a prompt injection. And let's see if they have that here. All right, let me just play this here, and we'll see what he said here. Let me put my headphones on so I can hear what he's saying.
A portion of their midterm because they all used AI to generate their entire response. And apparently they didn't proofread it. Let me show y'all how I picked up on it.
There it is.
So this discussion post was a portion of my students' midterm, and if you look, it looks normal, right? But if you copy and paste this and look closely, in white ink I placed the word Madagascar somewhere in the response in a way that makes no sense. But if you uncopy and paste it, you can't see it. So if Madagascar was somewhere in my student's response in a way that did not make sense, I knew that they copied and pasted the entire thing and just threw it in AI. And oh my God. You would be amazed at the bizarre usage of the word Madagascar that I saw in these students' assignments. First and foremost, Madagascar has nothing to do with the Industrial Revolution. Second, it was more than obvious that they didn't even go back and reread these responses.
So all right, so you get what happened there? He had this test, and he hid that phrase in there that says, please use Madagascar in your answer in a way that doesn't make sense. And what happened was the students got the test, copied and pasted that entire thing of text, including the hidden part, into the AI, and the AI gave the answer and the question was about the Industrial Revolution, blah, blah, blah. And so the AI gave the answer about the Industrial Revolution, but somewhere buried in its answer, it said, Madagascar flees, whatever. It just nonsense words with Madagascar in there. And so the students turned in their answers to the midterm, and a lot of them apparently had Madagascar in their answer, so he knew that they had cheated, And I don't know if they cheated or if it, because it doesn't seem like he was telling him not to use AI. I think what it was, I don't think he really cared if they used AI or not. But what he was concerned about was that they didn't even read the answer themselves. And here, I'll play this last part here. That's pretty good, Sam says. Yeah. So he kind of hacked their cheating there. All right, I'll play this last part here, where basically he says, yeah, I don't mind if you use AI, but if you use AI, make sure you proofread what the AI is doing. So not only is he teaching his students about the Industrial Revolution and history, he's also teaching them responsible use of AI, right? Here, I'll play this last part here so you can hear.
Yeah, 32 out of 35 students failed a portion of their midterm, and that's how. So students, if you're going to use AI to generate the entire response, at least reread it. At least try to ensure that it makes a little bit of sense. Try to put it in your own words, something.
He really doesn't. He's not that concerned that they're using AI. He's concerned that they're not reading the answers that the AI is producing. And really, and his job is not right. He's not trying to see that his students can pass a test. He's trying to teach his students history, right? And even if they use the AI, they give the question to the AI, the AI spits out the answer, if they proofread the AI to make sure that there's nothing stupid in there, at least they're reading. He knows that they're reading the material and picking up at least something out of it, you know. So I think that's what his goal was there. He didn't really care if they used AI, but he did care that when they use AI, that they proof the answer from the AI, and in that process, then some of the material, you know, they might learn some of it. So anyway, so I thought that was kind of funny. And what was really funny here, I don't know if I have that here, but there was a. Yeah, I think I got. You know what? I think I can find that here. I'm gonna see if I can find. There was a report from a local news station. Let me see if I can find it here. It was KTLA, I think. Oh shit! No, I guess not. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see if this is it. No, that's not it. I wanted to find this report from this local news station. I'm pretty sure it was KTLA. Hang on just a second. I want to find this because it's pretty cool. All right. Professor, hidden prompt. Okay, that's it.
It was a gift. I resented it for 3 weeks.
I got an ad. All right, let me run through this pre-roll here. Yeah, this is it. All right, skip the ad. All right. So this is how they reported it. So you got the thing, right? You understand what the story really was, right? What actually happened. But listen to how this stupid local news station reports it.
A college professor in Mississippi is trending for his creative crackdown on the use of artificial intelligence.
He built an AI trap into a recent history exam, and it worked all too well. The professor asked students at Alcorn State University to compare the Industrial Revolution with today's digital age. He hid the word Madagascar in the assignment prompt in invisible ink, so students...
Invisible ink. That's what they... Invisible ink, they said. Well, that's, you know...
would not notice when plugging it into AI to fill in their answers. He says almost all of the students included that hidden word in their essay in the form of nonsensical answers, like Madagascar purple bicycle whispers to the ceiling. The professor says the goal was not to embarrass his students, but to reinforce academic integrity while navigating AI's impact on learning. That's
so they're saying what the answer was, but they didn't say what the exact prompt was. Why the AI was saying those weird things about Madagascar. They didn't explain that. And then listen to what they say afterwards. Listen to this.
Sentence structure, by the way, was very much what AI uses. He says he's...
You hear that comment? That sentence structure is very much what AI uses? No, it's not. It only did that because he told it to do that. You hear that?
More surprised. Sentence structure to reinforce academic integrity while navigating AI's impact on learning. That sentence structure, by the way, was very much what AI uses.
See, that's not right. So they took this story and twisted it around to make it sound like the AI messed up, which is not what happened at all, you know. So I don't know. Let me see if they get anything else in here.
He says he's more surprised the students didn't bother to read their work before turning it in.
That's what sticks out to me. Like, if you're going to put it through AI, at least read through it to make sure there's no nonsensical sentences like that.
Yeah, that sounded like a vocal warm-up.
Just idiots. So they screwed up. They didn't get the story right. But so don't watch local news. In fact, don't watch TV at all, or mass media. That's not good. Memo says so few were clever enough to notice, check the prompt before they sent it in. Well, yeah, it was hidden. It was hidden on the part that you read, right? The question that you read it as it was distributed. But yeah, once they copied and pasted it into the AI, you could read it. The text was visible, but they didn't bother reading the prompt once they pasted it in. They just copied it, pasted it in, and said "go," and they didn't read the answer apparently either. Memlo says, "Yeah, they're sensationalizing and dumbing down at the same time. Yeah, they dumbed it down in visible ink. Come on, it wouldn't be that hard to explain to people what, it's just, anyway, it's just silly. And those news readers have probably figured out, maybe they haven't, I don't know, but they're going to be replaced by AI, right? Why, in fact, right now, right? Why go and watch a stupid TV news where you got to watch all this goofy stuff that they put in there and all the commercials and everything else when you can just type into AI, your own thing. You can just type into AI, what happened today? What funny things happened today? Was there anything, blah, blah. Or if you find out about this story, type it into AI and say, hey, AI, what's the real deal here? Or whatever. And then if people do like to watch, news readers, sitting at a news desk on TV telling them stuff, if people like that can all be done by AI, and they don't have to pay them then, right? They don't have to pay them and have makeup and have a studio or anything else. They don't need the studio. They don't need the makeup people. They don't need the news readers. They don't need the producers, the stage managers, anybody, all the whole infrastructure that they have to run their studio. They don't need that. All they have to do is have a feed from the AI video where the AI creates all that stuff for them and has people sitting there reading in the news, So I think that's why they're so anti-AI, right? They're any chance they get, they're gonna try to say bad stuff about AI, and a lot of them are like that. I think that may be what you've probably seen this propaganda bomb that's hit recently, the last few weeks, about data centers, right? Oh, let's put a ban on data centers. I heard one today say that the AI data centers are giving teenagers asthma. Really? What's your source on that one? They're not. And they say, AI data centers are polluting water. They're doing this. They're doing. No, the AI data centers don't do any of that stuff. And I think the reason why that is all coming. In fact, right here, look at this. Look at this right here. Let me show you this. Right here. Here's this one. Bernie Sanders. Look at what his video is here. Pause AI development. Bernie Sanders to big tech. Pause AI development now. We got to pause it. We got to stop it. It's so silly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We got a raid coming in. Oh. Oh, my raid alert's working too. Fantastic. Hey, E-Room, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Were your ears burning? I was talking about you earlier. Hey, E-Room, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. E-room raided with 12 people. I appreciate it. Oh, and I got a follow from somebody.
Tina French
Hang
just
on, we gotta
followed.
find out who this is from. It's gonna take me a second here to find out who just followed me. My system isn't quite set up the right way yet. I'll find out. Hang on just a second. Hang on just a second. I appreciate the follow. Oh, we got another follower. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Let's see who's following me here. Now, be honest. You just followed me because you thought that was kind of a cool little alert, right? All right, let's see here. Let's find out who followed me here. You can see here. I'll show you my secret. What happens in the background here. This is the secret panel here that I use when I stream. Tina French, thank you for the follow. And Meltdown 54, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And E-Room, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, everybody give E-Room a follow. Let me do my shout outs now. Shout out to E-Room. Kim. Did that work? Yes, there it is. Yeah, everybody give E-Room a follow. Oh, Nutrosaurus Rex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Wow, this is fantastic. Let me do a shout out. Yeah, E-Room, how was your stream? I'm kidding. All right, so E-Room, he was doing this afternoon. I imagine he was either doing IRL or he was doing a quiz. Probably quiz. It's pretty hot. More would have rated, but most on Twitch hate followers only chat. Oh, do I have followers only on here? Oh, wait. Did I get another follow here? No. Most hate followers only chat. Oh, okay. I got this set up on followers only, huh? Let's see. I can change that. I'm getting a lot of followers though, so maybe it's working. I'll figure it out later. I don't know how to fix that. Sorry. So yeah, I imagine you were doing a quiz of some sort because it's probably pretty hot out there. You probably don't want to sit out in a Dairy Queen parking lot when it's this hot. Or maybe you did. I don't know. Happy Nightmares. Welcome in. Happy Nightmares. Let me do some more shout outs here. Let me catch up with shout. I usually wait to the end, but then I forget. So let me do them here. Let's see. We have Memloss. Shout out Memloss. Did that work? Yeah. Memloss is lately he has done IRL in the past. Lately he's been doing GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto 5. And I imagine he's getting pretty good at it by now. He's doing it a lot, so I imagine he's getting pretty good at it. So if you like GTA 5, give him a follow, or just give him a follow anyway. We want to support each other, right? Follow everybody. Follow everybody. We all got to support each other. So follow folks, even if you know it's not your thing. Give them a follow. Drop into their stream every once in a while just for support. Let's see. Happy Nightmares. Happy Nightmares. Mares. There we go. Yeah, everybody give Happy Nightmares a follow. She does we were talking about cognitive type stuff and thinking and consciousness. She does a lot of that stuff. She has synesthesia, where she can, when she hears things, I think it is, you can see sounds. Is that what it is? I think it's where there's you can see sounds or see smells and stuff. I hope I have that right. Happy Nightmares. But anyway, she talks about that kind of stuff and how the brain works and that kind of thing. So everybody give her a follow. Let's see. Oh, Meltdown 54. See, I don't know if I need to get the capitalization right on this or not. Meltdown 54. There's Meltdown 54. I forget which game that you play, Meltdown 54. Go ahead and type into chat what you do, because I forget exactly which game it is that you stream. Music, that's right. Oh, I remember now. Right, yes, you're a music streamer. That's right. Right, you're in eRoom stream all the time, and eRoom stream raids out to your stream very often. I remember now. Yes, like I'm getting old. Sorry. You know, these things happen when you get old. No games, just music. That's right. Yes, I remember now. Sorry. Let's see what else we get here. Who else was in here? I think we had somebody. Oh, Sam. Sam, do you stream? I forget. Let me look and see here. Let me go over to your thing here and see if you see what if you stream. I forget if Sam streams. I don't see any videos up there, so I'm not sure if you stream or not. Let's see. Okay, you got a Discord set up, but I don't. It doesn't look like you stream. Maybe if you do stream, let me know. I'll give you a shout out. Let's see. I think that was okay. It was Memloss. Tina French. I don't think I've ever seen Tina French stream. Do you stream, Tina French, if you're still here? Let me go. I don't think they stream, but let's go look and see if they do. And we had a new other followers here. Let's see. You know what I need to do? I think what I'm going to do is set up a command maybe that anybody can use to put themselves in a shout out queue or something. That would work out pretty good, I think, because then people can just, you know, if they want a shout out, they can ask for it. I think that would work out pretty good. So we got Nutrisaurus Rex. Let me go over to see what their channel's about. Okay, wait a second. I got stuff playing here in the background. Sorry. Nutrisaurus Rex. Oh my goodness. I think I got something that's trying to play here. All right, let's see. Nutrisaurus Rex. A really bad gamer, karaoke singer, but for some reason people like me. I'm your creepy uncle you always wanted. All right, everybody, give Nutrisaurus Rex a follow. Let me type. All right, N-U-T-S-A-U-R. Maybe I should talk about myself since I just got a whole bunch of people in here, so they know what I'm about. All right, let me see. Yeah, my name's Ron. I live here in rural New Hampshire, and I'm surrounded by forests and animals, and I stream about that. I stream about science. I stream about a whole bunch of stuff. Let me see if that shout out to Nutrisaurus went through. Yes, it did. Fallout 4. So give Nutrisaurus Rex a follow. And Tina French says, I'm here for the music and friendship. Okay. Awesome. Oh, she's awesome guitarist. And my sister. I don't stream. Oh, okay. I don't stream, but I mod for some pretty amazing streamers. Okay. So give her a follow anyway. She's got 536 viewers. That's pretty good. Pretty good number of viewers for somebody who doesn't stream. You're doing pretty good there, Tina. Whatever you're doing. All right. I think that's everybody now. I think we got everybody here. Yeah. So yeah, for those of you who don't know me, I'm here in New Hampshire, and it's just I stream about the animals, and sometimes I do IRL, sometimes I do, science streams. I've done experiments on stream. Today we talked about AI and a whole bunch of different stuff. So it's basically, I'm a geek, it's science, that kind of stuff. I do movie reviews occasionally. So if you like, usually science fiction movies. So if you like that kind of thing, Happy Nightmare says double tribble trouble is an author episode. Oh, double tribble trouble is an Arthur episode. Not quite your name, but quite close. Double tribble trouble. I didn't know that. Arthur, is that like a sitcom or something, maybe? Let me look that up here. Here, I'll look that up. There we go. Google Arthur. Arthur? Was that UR? Arthur? Oh, a kid's cartoon. Okay. All right. Cartoon. Let's see what it says. Oh, okay. I think I've seen this before. Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen this before. In fact, this was on, I think this was on one of E-Room's quizzes recently. They put this character up there and we were supposed to figure out who it was. And nobody figured it out. No, I think there were like 2 people in this whole stream, in the whole chat, who knew what this was. Arthur, okay. Here, let's go to Wikipedia. This is kind of dangerous, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Oh my God, look at all this. 25 seasons. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. All right, here they all are. All right, let me search for Tribble here. See what that's about. Whoops. Okay, it didn't go to Tribble. Trouble. Let's try that. We got Arthur's Teacher Trouble. Team Trouble. Substitute Teacher Trouble. There it is. Double Tribble. Oh, Double Tibble Trouble. Okay, a tongue twister. All right. That's funny. All right. So that was episode 61A or 11A. Season 3. All right, so if anybody wants to look that up. Did you watch it, Happy Nightmare? It says, yeah, I think it was the longest running cartoon. Yeah, 25 years. Yeah, that's amazing. And I never even heard of it. So it was, it came after I was already grown up, so I didn't know about it. It says, Happy Nightmare says, yeah, I kind of wondered if the Tribbles were related to the Star Trek thing, but probably just coincidence. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, Tribble is a you're familiar with in computers. They have bytes, right? Which is 8 bits is a byte, and then half of a byte is 4 bits. And they call that a nibble, with an N, nibble. Get it? Byte and nibble, right? So 8 bits is a byte, 4 bits is a nibble, and a tribble is I forget now. It's either 4 bits of a trinary bit byte, a trinary bit where each bit is 3 instead of 2, or it's 3 nibbles, which would be 12 bits. Or no, 12 bits. And I forget which it is. And I actually tried to look it up once. I forgot which it was, and I tried to look it up, and it's conflicting. Some of them say it's one, some of them say it's the other. Anyway, it's a computer thing. So double. So if it's the latter, then it's a double tribble would be 24 bits, and if it's And if it's the other, if it's 4 trinary bits, then double triple would be 8 trinary bits, which I don't know what that works out to be. It's a big number. Happy name. It was my fave computer science thing. Yeah, I love nibbles. Yeah, nibbles. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. And a nibble also works out to a hex character, right? If you use hex, it's two. You got 2 hex characters. Hex is 16. So we use 10 because we got 10 fingers. So we use the decimal 10. But a hex would be 16. If we had 16 fingers, then everybody would know hex because that's what we'd be using. It would be 16. You got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. I think that's, is that right? Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah. So that's actually, yeah, that's right. No, there is no F. Yeah, there is an F. There is an F in hex. So what's that's 17, isn't it? Yeah, hexadecimal digits use 4 bits. Yeah, because you can get, because 2 to the 4th is 16. So it's, yeah, it's meltdown. The trouble with triples. Yeah, I'm having trouble. Double triple's having trouble, that's for sure. I'm trying to figure this out. It's, yeah, 16 should be, because you got to count 0, right? So, but I just counted it out and I got 17. Wait, 0, 1, 2, oh wait, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, that's 16. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 16. Okay, I figured it out, right? Yeah, because you got to count the 0. Otherwise, you only get 15. That's what it is, yeah. Hex, 0 to 1, 5. That's hex and decimal would be 0 to 1, 5, right? But F is 15 in hex. Because they don't have, there's no such, you know, we don't have symbols for, you know, for what 10 would be. So they use the letters, right? You can't, if you go from base 10 to base 16, it's easy if you go down, right? If you go from 10 to octal to 8, because we got all those digits covered. We got them covered up to 8. But if you go bigger than 10, if you go a base system bigger than 10, we don't have digits, right? The digits only go up to, we only have 10 digits, right? 0 to 9. So you got to use the letters instead. And so they use A, B, C, D to F, and so F would be 15. So yeah. And then when you're looking at computer code, you know, like a hex dump. Here, I could probably find it on here real quick so you can see that. This is give you some visual here. Right? I'm looking at my mug here. Into a hex dump just to see what Wikipedia says. Here we go. All right, cool. All right. So this is all hex here. This is what hex looks like. And this is good because it's easy to look at this and see what the binary would be. To me, it is anyway than decimal, right? It's easier to look at this and see what the binary would look like. If you took this, each one of these is a byte. Each, like 30 is a byte. 2F is a byte, right? 5, 4, you know, all these are bytes, which would be 8 bits. So each character there is 4 bits. So like 4, 6, if you wanted to figure out what that would be in binary, all you have to do is convert the 4 and the 6 to binary, which is easier, right? So 4 would be 0, 1, 0, 0, right? If I'm doing that right. And then 6 would be 0, 1, 1, 0. Did I do that right? So the whole thing, if you wanted to convert 4, 6 to binary, then it would be 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Did I do that correctly? I think I did that correctly. Whole numbers versus natural numbers. Yeah. They're definitely whole numbers. Yeah, we're not. Pi is not doesn't no. There's no hex number for pi. It's, speaking of digits, Happy Nightmare says, speaking of digits, I learned that our letters were called Arabic. The numbers. The numbers are Arab. It's the Arabic numbers. The digits. The Arabic digits are Arabic. That's what they're called. When I was really little, but didn't understand what that word meant. Yeah. I thought about this when I was much older, looked at a bunch of numbers, and realized that they really do look like they fit right in with Arabic text. Yeah, I never really looked at it that way, but yeah, I guess they would, wouldn't they? Flash says, "Oh, here we go. I heard some binary. I heard some binary came back. Yeah, I don't know how we got into binary. You can tell that we're geeking out now. This is geeky. This is pretty geeky. I think half the people here took off when I started talking about binaries and stuff. E-Room says uptime. Double Triple has been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh wow! How about that? I'm going to break a record here. E-Room laughing. Flash says, when you start combining binary with LED displays, I have a lot of fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can do, where they had those old-fashioned 8-segment displays, right? Yeah, you can do those with here, like this here. This isn't hex, but this is, do I have hex on here? On my little calculator? Let's see, let me do 9 divided by 0. See, that's, I don't know if that, can you see that? Divided by 0. That's just using a 7-segment display to do all that, I think. Maybe not. No, it's got more in there than that. No, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But yeah, when they try to make all the numbers with an 8-segment display. Yeah, no dividing by zillions. See, I did that to try to see. I didn't know how else to call up the text on my calculator, so I divided by 0. BCD, binary coded decimal. Okay. Yeah, that's basically hex that only goes up to 10, I guess, right? Isn't it? It's just what would it be? It'd be the highest number on that one would be 9. So in binary, that would be 1001, right? Isn't that that's the highest number you'd have in binary coded decimal, I think. Happy Nightmare says, ever since then, I usually forget that they're Arabic, but I keep having these moments of remember that all the swooshy lines and little circles. Oh, okay. Moments of remembering. Okay, moments of remembering all the swooshy lines and circles. Yeah. It's funny. I think it's weird the way the brain kind of thinks about numbers or represents them or whatever. I think there's quite a bit of diversity in the ways that people, their brains, think about numbers and encode them. I think people a lot of times will have certain feelings about certain numbers. I know when I was younger, I used to have that. Certain numbers would have certain, feelings. I had preferences for certain numbers, and and stuff like that. And then when you're old, then it's different. I don't know. When you're younger, I don't know. Meltdown says, on my way driving to New Hampshire. Oh, right now? Oh, very cool. Wow. So you must be driving to New Hampshire. Are you coming from Canada or from Massachusetts side or from the west? On my way driving to New Hampshire. Massachusetts. Oh, very cool. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty nice out there now. We don't have the fall foliage, but it's the trees are full of leaves and stuff like that. Make sure you don't drive too fast because it's a lot of critters out there. You know, deer and bear and stuff like that, and moose can just jump out at you all of a sudden. So make sure you don't drive too quickly. Eram says, still time to turn around. Oh, this is nice. New Hampshire's cool. It's a nice place. Happy Nightmare says, there's synesthesia where numbers have personalities. Oh, very cool. Wow, yeah. That's cool. So somebody, so it's, you see 4, then you're like seeing a person. Is that how it is? Let's see. Synthfan streams. Welcome, Synthfan. Are you from Massachusetts? I was born in Salem. Oh, talking to Meltdown. E-Room is laughing. Flash says, New Hampshire is a lot like Massachusetts with more guns. Yeah, more guns and no taxes. Or fewer taxes, anyway. Yeah, that's our big deal. Live free or die. Yeah. That's one of the things that's freedom, is having a gun. Nappy Nightmare says, I have it a little better. Let's see, hang on just a second here. Let me move this up here so I can see it easier. Happy Nightmare says, I have it a little better. Bit 4 is maroon. Oh, okay. The color, maroon. Okay. And they're organized and have their stuff together. Ah, okay. Yeah, if you draw the 4 like that, where the top is together, that's the 4, right? Yeah, or the open 4. That's another way. Flash, no step sneak. No step sneak. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Flash. Sorry. Synthfan says, but the property taxes New Hampshire's are high. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, it's really bad. And unfortunately, we got in our school system here, they've got a scheme going here where they're just they're taxing us like crazy here for the schools. It's just insane. I figured it out once how much it costs, how much they're charging us, how much they're spending in the school per student. They're spending $500,000 per student. $500,000 per student to put them through school, to put them through K through 12. I'm like, wow, that's either. I don't think there's a single Ivy League college where it's that much to put a kid through school. But here, K through 12, they're charging us $500,000. So yeah, it's quite a scheme they got going. Must go. Okay, all right, Meltdown. Yeah, keep your eyes on the road. Synth fan. So this no state tax thing is better if you rent. No, I'm still paying. I rent, and I'm paying every dime of that tax. My landlord just passes it along. Every time they raise the taxes, my rent goes up. You know, I'm paying those taxes. You know. Happy Nightmare says, "Oh, mean to write. I have it a little bit." Oh, okay. Oh, the number thing. The number synesthesia or thing that you're talking about. The maroon thing. Okay. Flash says, lots of people rent in southern New Hampshire and come to Massachusetts to work. Ah, okay. That makes it. Yeah, Massachusetts I think is pretty expensive. I mean, it's expensive here now. I don't know how I'm going to make it here. It's pretty bad right now. I'm struggling right now. It's pretty rough. The rents, you know. Flash, there is a flag mocking the "Don't Tread on Me" logo that says no step snake. I get it. Okay. Yeah. There's quite a we're not so racially or ethnically diverse here, but in terms of opinions and stuff like that, it's quite diverse. A lot of different people here. I guess we've been blue for several years here now in terms of representatives, but local, like our governor is red, a Republican, so it's quite diverse. But we still do have mostly the people kind of go along with that, live free or die, or they like to have freedom to do stuff and all that kind of stuff. So but it's a cool place to live in terms of all the you can do whatever you want mostly. There aren't a lot of restrictions. Most places don't have a lot of restrictions on what you can do. If you want to build something or start a business or that kind of thing, it's pretty free. But they do have a few things. There are certain industry or certain areas where it's kind of restrictive, like alcohol. You can't go to just any old store. You have to go to the state-run store to get hard alcohol, which is kind of weird. And New Hampshire is kind of conservative on adopting new things, like marijuana. They passed medical marijuana, but they haven't really made it legal. They made it so if people want to smoke marijuana, they can do it, but they got to jump through a few hoops. So it's kind of weird that way. But and like technology, they don't like new technology very much here. It's like my cell phone. I still don't have cell service here. When I first moved into this house, there was no internet other than modem. I had to take my phone, dial up on a modem to get internet when I first moved here. And I actually was thinking about starting my own ISP to get, just so I could get internet. I ended up setting up a radio. We've got a mountain near here that's 800 foot or something. It's a pretty high mountain over here that I had visual I shot to, and I ended up putting up a radio up at the top of that mountain with solar panels on it. It was a repeater. It was a radio repeater. And then I had a radio down here with a directional antenna that I beamed up to that radio up at the top of the mountain, and then relayed it back down further into town there where they had some DSL, and hooked it up to some guy let me hook it up to his DSL down in there. And that's how I had internet for a year or so, until they actually got fiber in here. It was some real mess. It was like 1 megabit or something. But it was better than dial-up. So yeah, it just takes them a long time to adopt new technologies. Although they did pass some laws that said that AI data centers were welcome here. Kinda. They passed a law that said that data centers could build as much solar as they wanted to run their data center. So that's good. They had restrictions on was it wind, and I think they had restrictions on the total amount of electricity that somebody could generate with solar without going through a whole bunch of stuff. But apparently they passed a law that said that if somebody wants to build a data center in New Hampshire, they can build as much solar as they need to run their data center. So that's good. And it's actually kind of good, because I think they should build like a data centers next to apartments, because then they can take the heat from because that's one of the problems with that when they run data centers, is that they generate a lot of heat, and they have to have cooling systems to pull the heat out of the data center to keep the computers cool. So I thought it would be cool to have like apartment buildings built right next to the data centers. I mean, right, wall to wall or whatever, so that the heat from the data center could warm up the apartments and people wouldn't have to pay for heat in the winter. I think that would be a good idea. Let's see. Flash says there is a. Oh no, wait. Sam says, why are data centers? Why our data centers are so polluting? Yeah, they're not. They're not polluting. They don't pollute at all. That's yeah. That whole thing with the if you're one of those that are against data centers, I'm going to say something that might get you upset, but it's informative. Okay, data centers don't pollute. They're one of, in terms of industrial use of land. If you have some land that's developed already or is designated for development, a data center is one of the cleanest things you can put there, because it doesn't, like, they don't make chemicals, they don't spew pollutants into the air, they don't do any of that stuff. It's basically just a bunch of computers. If you look at your computer on your desk, it's like that, but they're a whole bunch of them, right? Tons and tons and tons of them, hundreds of them, thousands of them, or whatever, in the data center. And so they use a lot of electricity. That's true, but not as much as some other things. Like if you compare the energy use of a data center to like an aluminum smelting factory, place, or lots of other types of factories and stuff like that. Data centers still, don't use that as much as some other things. Now, some of these new ones that they're building to train up the AI, they're going to use quite a bit of electricity. But still, it's not, they don't like pollute. They don't, at the data center, they don't let anything out except heat, right? They got to get rid of the heat somewhere. That's it. They don't put pollutants into the air. They don't, this stuff about polluting the water, they don't pollute the water. They don't, any of this stuff. They don't do that stuff. That's not true. Whoever told you that is lying to you or is misinformed themselves. That's not what they do. It's basically just, think about your own computer. Does your computer pollute? Does it spew stuff in the air? No, it doesn't. But it does use electricity. That's true. And it does heat up your house, right? When you run it, it makes heat. And if it's in the summer and it gets too hot, then you got to run your air conditioner to cool it down and pull that heat out into outside. That's it. That's what a data center is. And they say they use water. They don't use water, like the computers don't consume water. The computers, the newer ones now, they used to be cooled with air. They would blow air on them to cool them down, and then send that air out or whatever. But the newer ones, in order to pack them in more tightly and stuff like that, they're using now coolant, usually water or any kind of liquid, running it through and running that liquid right over the chip, the main, like the GPUs and CPUs on the computers, to keep them cool. And then they circulate that water around. So they run it across the CPU or GPU, they'll run the fluid, the liquid across that, run it through a pipe to somewhere else where they put it into a heat exchanger to pull the heat out of it and send that heat outside, and then run the water through again. It's not where they're taking water out from the municipal system and doing something with it and just dumping it. That's not how it works. But they do in some places, and this is what people are getting confused about. Some places use what's called evaporative cooling. All the buildings use evaporative cooling. I remember when I lived in Southern California, before AC was really around, we used evaporative coolers. That's just something that is done in areas where it's dry enough where you can use evaporative cooling. So that does use water, but that has nothing to do with anything that's unique to a data center. It's just any building is going to do that. It's going to use evaporative cooling if it makes sense in the location that they're at. But it has nothing to do with anything that's unique to a data center, because a lot of factories make heat. as I said, like smelting or places where they have a whole bunch of machinery, CRC machines and stuff like that make a lot of heat. They got to get rid of the heat the same way, you know. Let me catch up on chat here. So that was Sam asking about data centers. I went off on data centers. I'm asking because I hear it all the time, but I never heard why. Yeah, it's not true. I don't know who started that. Somebody dropped this big propaganda bomb on us about data centers. I don't know who's behind it, but it was very well orchestrated and it happened very quickly. And it's not true. It's basically it's you know it's what they're saying is not true. I heard one. Was it today or yesterday? I was watching a video and a guy said, "Yeah, the data centers are causing teenagers to get asthma." And I'm like, where'd that come from? No, data centers don't cause teenagers to get asthma. You know, what are you talking about? Flash says, "Gonna data me up some aluminum." Yeah, aluminum's kind of an interesting thing. Let's see. Sam says, "Why can't they store the heat in batteries?" Yeah, well, you can. There are ways to take that heat. Like here, right? We have these really cold winters where it gets way down below zero. You get minus 20 or whatever, 30. And we need that heat. We'd like to have that heat. And there's something called seasonal thermal storage. I think it's called seasonal thermal storage, where you have like a big tank of water in the ground or something like that. And you, in the summertime, you remove the heat from your building or whatever, and you pump it through heat exchangers or whatever, and get it store it in the big tank of water throughout the summer. And then in the winter, you reverse it and use the heat exchangers to pull the heat back out of the thing. And it's called seasonal storage or seasonal thermal storage or something like that. So there is a way to do that. There's a way to store heat. You don't get all of it back, of course. You lose some of it, but I think it'd just be cool just to have like data centers where they're either maybe you have the data centers in the center and apartments built around it, or data center on one side and apartments on the other on a building, or somehow where they could take that heat from the data center and use it to warm the apartments in the winter. In the summer, they'd still have to dump it somewhere. But like you say, they could even set it up so they could take that heat and store it. But that would be a lot of heat to try to store, because all the heat that goes in that comes into the data center in electricity gets turned into heat, just virtually all of it, almost all of it. So if the data center is using 100 megawatts, if it's huge big data center using 100 megawatts or whatever, that's 100 megawatts of heat that got to be continually sent out somewhere. And it's like that in your own house too. If you look at your electric bill, if you look at your electric bill, and it'll tell you how many kilowatt hours you use that month. All those kilowatt hours, if it's used inside your house, and not like for outside lighting or whatever, but all that electricity that comes into your house to power all your various things, all that electricity gets turned into heat inside your home. Virtually all of it. A tiny little bit goes out in radio waves and light and stuff, but almost all of it gets turned into heat. That's just the way things work. And that has nothing to do with data center. There's nothing unique about data centers in that regard. Any factory that uses, if you have a car manufacturer that uses 100, 200 megawatts of electricity in the car manufacturer, it's producing that much heat that has to be taken out of there so their factory workers don't burn up, you know, or whatever, or their machinery doesn't get too hot or whatever. There's nothing unique about data centers in that regard. So all this stuff that they're talking about, you know, they have an ulterior motive. I suspect there's some other reason why they don't like data centers, you know, for whatever reason, either competitors or what it is. Yeah, you know, or people, or you know, maybe it's graphic artists, you know, that don't like that they're being replaced by AI, so they want to try to stop AI that way, or you know, I don't know what it is. You know, eventually we're all going to be replaced. Everybody who works, all jobs are going to be replaced by AI. You know, so you know, we're seeing now how the first wave are reacting to it. Interestingly, I don't hear a lot of software, you know, coders, people who code for a living, that are getting replaced. I don't hear them dissing AI that much. Maybe they're out there. I don't know. I think they understand. You know, people who've been working with computers and stuff a lot understand that's kind of how it works. You know, you write new software and it does stuff that people used to do, and then the people have to do something else. The thing with AI is that it's gonna do that for everything. Any you know, especially, you know, once it gets into robots and everything else, everything's going to be done by AI and robots, unless something intervenes, right? And so we have to figure out a way for people to feed themselves and have a place to live and, you know, take care of all their expenses and all that, even if they're not working, you know. And if computers are doing all that and we have so much productivity, there's going to be a ton of wealth available to do that. And I think that's what a lot of the people, like the progressive especially, are worried about, is that that the big AI people, the big tech moguls and all that, you know, are not going, you know, they're going to resist having people get, you know, share the wealth type of thing, you know what I'm saying? I don't see how they can get around it, though. I mean, it's, you know, if they don't do something, people are just going to rebel, and they're all going to end up in, you know, re-education camps in Tennessee somewhere or something. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen if they don't do it. There's going to be a revolution. So I think it's in their own interest to do it, to figure it out and get it done. You know. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that all works out. You know. I know. There's a lot of people who don't like AI right now. A lot of people like it. I like AI because it allows me to do stuff that I'd never been able to do, you know, on my own, that I couldn't do, or I didn't have time to do it, or whatever. You know, all my like the thumbnails on my videos, you know, and stuff like that. There's just so many things, you know, that it can do. And I don't have any money, so I wasn't going to pay an artist to do that anyway, you know. And it's actually kind of an equalizer when you think about it. You know, there are a lot of things that only certain people were able to do, or like coding, right? I grew up coding. I know how to code. I can write software. It's easier for me to use AI now. I can do that. But for a lot of people who don't know how to code, if they wanted something coded up, they had to hire a programmer to do it for them or whatever, you know. And now they can just use the AI. So it's kind of like an equalizer, you know. Everybody can do this now. Everybody can do all these things that only special people could do before. So that's kind of cool, I think, you know. It's like I don't know how to draw very well, but I can tell the computer to draw, or like making videos. I know how to edit a video, but it's so much easier just to tell the AI to edit the video or whatever, you know. And so you're able to do things that maybe you just would not do otherwise, or that you'd have to hire somebody, blah, 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 you know. And I don't think people are so concerned. Like, I'll use graphic artists as an example again. I don't think the graphics are so concerned that they won't be able to do what they do. It's just that they don't want to lose the money, right? They make money doing what they do, and if AIs do it, then people won't pay graphic artists to do it, and then the graphic artists won't have money and they won't be able to live and blah blah blah. So I can understand that, how that would be distressing to people. But they can still draw, right? If you like to draw, you can still draw. You know, I still occasionally like to write some code just for fun. You know, you can still do all these things. The AI doesn't prevent you from doing all those things that you like to do if you really like to do them. You know, if you like to edit videos, you can still edit a video. It's just that if somebody is hiring somebody to do that, if somebody wants to hire somebody to edit a video or, you know, draw something or whatever, they're going to do they're going to do it the cheapest way, and AI is the cheapest way, right, to do that. So when that happens, we have to have something in place so that all these people, and it's right now again, right, it's just coders and video editors, all these, you know, certain things that are hitting first, writers, things like that are getting laid off first, but eventually it's going to be everybody. So we need, I think it should be like UBI or a UBI for people who need it. You know, people who are wealthy. You know, Oprah Winfrey doesn't need UPI, right? She doesn't need UBI. Even if she lost her job, whatever her job is, I don't know, that she is, you know, she's doing okay, right? People who are wealthy, it's not going to hurt them. If they get replaced by AI, whatever they do, if that gets replaced by AI, it's not going to hurt them. So they don't need UBI. But poor people and middle class people and whatever who lose their jobs, they need something. They need money coming in so they can buy food and rent and get their car and stuff, you know, whatever their needs are, you know. So we should have something like that, I think, UBI, but they're not doing it, you know. And Musk says, I don't know if you've heard this before, but Musk says that we should have UBI. In fact, he calls it HBI, high basic income, instead of universal. I think he calls it high basic. He wants everybody to get a lot of money, or he says he wants everybody to get a lot of basic income or a lot of money, whatever, so they can live. So because AI is going to replace all their jobs. But he says that, but he hasn't done it. He hasn't done it. He hasn't. There's been no movement. There's been no nothing. He hasn't like called up Trump on the phone and said, "Hey, do UBI?" You know, he's not doing it. He's not making that happen. And I think that's what people are upset about, because the billionaires are not doing that. They're not. You know, some of them are talking about it, but they're not actually doing it. So that's a problem. So we'll have a revolution here pretty quick, I think. I don't think, you know, the politicians and the billionaires are going to just voluntarily do that, you know, make it so everybody can live. They're going to just keep trying to make as much money as they can and, you know, keep people as poor as possible. So there'll be some sort of revolution here, either at the election box or otherwise, hopefully nonviolent, that changes everything so that we can have some sort of system that everybody gets paid no matter what, you know. All right, so that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it, though. I don't know if somebody else has another opinion. I'm always open for people who think that I got it wrong, because I want to make sure I get it right. So if you think I got it wrong, please let me know. All right. So we did hex dump. We talked about hex. We talked about AI. What else we got going on here? I think that's it. I've been out here for a long time. All right. All right, by the time I get this wrapped up, it'll be 5 hours. All right, let me go over here now. I'll put this up here. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring up a little document window here. There it is. All right, so this is what we did today. Today is August 11th. Let's see, Steamaversary. Let me get that right here. Get my Steamaversary text up there right. Can I do that? All right. All right, so we did a Steamaversary today. You can see that, right? Yeah, Steamaversary. There we go. All right. Oh, look at all that. Steamaversary. Steamaversary Marathon, celebrating a 50th of a century on Twitch. Stream doesn't end till I get tired, and I'm tired, so I'm gonna end it here. Let's see. I think I've got all those down here. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. I'll just erase this. So that's what we did today. We talked about we did some guy named Bob who did a Fermi paradox, and I think we showed all we needed to do in the video, but I'll just mention it here in my little thing, my summary here, that we used his thing under a CC license. I don't think we did anything under AI. Oh, we did fair use. That one guy may contain copyrighted material under fair use. That one teacher, we showed his little TikTok video or something. We showed that, him talking about fooling his students on AI. So that was fair use because we showed it and talked about it and stuff. What else did we do? There were probably other things that we did. This was a long stream, so I did a lot of stuff. So this is, yeah, for criticism and educational purposes only. Even if this is entertaining, which it probably isn't, it's still for criticism and education only. Copyrighted, yeah. My stream here is released under Creative Commons 4.0. That means you can use my stream, you can modify, you can use it, but whatever you use it in, then that has to be released under Creative Commons 4.0 also. So if you take my stream or portion of my stream and you stick it into your stream, then your stream is released under 4.0. That's how that works. All right, let's see. Yeah, the parts that are fair use or whatever, or if it's under a different license or whatever, that's not part of this 4.0 release. The 4.0 release is only my original stuff or anything else that's 4.0 that I used in my stream. Okay. What else we got on here? Wikipedia articles. I think we showed some of those. Those are also 4.0. This little music here, All Along, is my opening music. And there's his stuff here. Thank you, Hans, for letting us use your music. And at the end here, sometimes I play a little song that a sparrow wrote and performed. And so I play their little song. And that's in the public domain because animals don't have IP. Let's see what else we got here. All right, I think that's it. Let me save that so I don't lose it. And all right, I think that's it. Did that, okay, I'm back on here. Okay. Let me look at chat here one last time, see if there's anything else going on. Synthfan says, I'm moving to Thailand in part because I'd never be able to afford to retire in the U.S. Yeah, I've thought about that myself. I have seriously considered trying to figure out somewhere else to go. Because I'm right, fixed income, right? I'm retired, so something, yeah, I got to do something. Is Thailand, are they cheap? Is rent cheap in Thailand? I don't know. Yeah, there are probably a lot of different places you could go that are a lot less expensive, for sure. Let's see. Nutrisaurus Rex, put up some emotes. Creepy UNC. I don't know what that is, but those emotes look kind of cute. Anyway, they look cool. All right. Let's see here. What else I got? I guess that's it. All right. I should figure out if I can just raid somebody, right? I got 6 people. Let's see. Let's see who's out here. You're not supposed to talk about raiding people until you're ready to raid, but all right. Let's see here. Who's out here that I could raid? There may not even be anybody out here. Let's see. Oh, Big Ducky Snow's out there. All right, let's give Big Ducky Snow a raid. All right, here we go. All right, let me get this conbuberated here. All right, so I'm going to do a raid, and then I'm going to switch over. I think I gave shout. Does anybody else want a shout out that I didn't shout out? Oh, Flash. I don't think I shouted out Flash. Did I? Flash. Oh, shit. That didn't work. Shout out failed. Sorry, Flash. Try again. Flash_XE. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, we got another underscore. Okay. Flash_XE_. There we go. Did that work? Hey, there we go. IRL. All right, so everybody give Flash a follow. They do IRL mostly. He's very cool. He rides this electric bicycle all over the place. Pretty cool. So everybody give Flash a follow. And I think that's it. I think if there's anybody else who needs a shout out, let me know now or forever. Follow everybody. If you notice anybody, right? All small streamers have to follow each other. That's kind of like professional courtesy or whatever. Small streamer community. All right, now let's give a raid to Big Ducky Snow. Oh, I hope that's right. All right, let's hit this now. Raid has been created. Okay, we're off and running here. All right, everybody, thank you. Take care. Please join us on the raid. I don't know your raid calls. Make up your own, I guess. But say hello be nice to Big Ducky Snow. Thank you, E-Room. We got a raid call. Thank you. All right, take care. Watch these little squirrels run around circles now. If they come up. Yeah, that text that's flowing there, that's not right, but that's okay. That's a crow. There we go. Here are the squirrels. All right, everybody. Appreciate it. Had a good time. Take care.